false idols like Elijah. The one you call Jesus, that is not my Messiah. That wicked pagan image, I will set them all on fire. Repent for these idols that you carry like Mariah. I'm calling out all these false idols like Elijah. How you say that you a Christian? Nah, that ain't the way. All these churches filled with trannies, bisexuals, and gays. And your Usha said follow him, don't follow tradition. You ain't following the laws, but that's hollow religion. Blonde hair, blue eyes, Jesus look like a woman. False image created by them pagans, the Romans. The council of Nicaea set these lies into motion, and they played you with deception while they riding the Trojan. Yahushua HaMashiach is the Hebrew king. Son of Yahuwah, hallelujah, through him you're redeemed. And that name JC was created by Satan, and the image that you worship created by pagans. Intentionally spread throughout all the nations, and they added it to scripture in all modern translations. It's the image of a but your heart is complacent. So many are deceived, and I stand in amazement. I the one you call Jesus, that is not my Messiah. That wicked pagan image, I will set them all on fire. Repent for these idols that you carry like Mariah. I'm calling out all these false idols like Elijah. The one you call Jesus, that is not my Messiah. That wicked pagan image, I will set them all on fire. Repent for these idols that you carry like Mariah. I'm calling out all these false idols like Elijah. Messiah named Yahusha, he was hung on a tree. That pagan cross in your home, that is idolatry. You can hate it when I say it, this the truth is so raw. And your prayer's abomination if you don't keep the law. And your Usha was a Hebrew, had a Hebrew name. False names and false doctrine, yeah, they all lead to shame. And your Usha HaMashiach is who leads to life. The one that leadeth to destruction is named Jesus Christ. And I am not a Christian, let me be concise. And I follow Yahuwah just to be precise. I will never bow down to the white man's idol. Why so many hate the truth? The hell if I know. Learn the ancient language, there's no E or no J. I only see a black Mashiach when I kneel and I pray. And Yahushua HaMashiach taught the way of the ancients. Only Jesus that I know was the name of a slave ship. I the one you call Jesus, that is not my Messiah. That wicked pagan image, I will set them all on fire. Repent for these idols that you carry like Mariah. I'm calling out all these false idols like Elijah. The one you call Jesus, that is not my Messiah. That wicked pagan image, I will set them all on fire. Repent for these idols that you... Yo, 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 what up, what up? Shabbat Shalom, everybody. I hope you guys are doing well. We are back with another biblical study. Netanyah, Judah, 1971. Shabbat Shalom, family. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for joining us. Guys, I wanted to apologize about last week. I know that I had a study planned. I explained in my call-in show that I did a few days ago that I wanted to do more research on this particular study that we're going to be getting into today. And so that's why I didn't bring it forward last week. But all esteem to Yahuwah, we are back in business. Shout out to everybody that's joining this stream today. I hope you guys are doing good, and I hope you guys are having a great Shabbat. All esteem to Yahuwah. So we're going to go ahead and jump into this because, family, we got a lot to get into. So I don't want to waste any time. I'll give shout outs to people as I see them come in. Let's see who else we got in the room. The Whole Truth, so help me Yah, is in the building. They say Shalom, fam. Grateful for the teachings. All esteem to the Most High Yahuwah. Thank you so much for coming here and joining us. We've got Alexis in the building. Shalom, sis. Good to see you. We got Windwalker in the building. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom to all the Israelites in Yasharim that are here with us today. All esteem to Yahuwah. Good to see you guys. So let's go ahead. Let's jump into this now. To my moderators, Unapologetic Reels in the building. Shabbat Shalom, family. Glad to see you. We've got Yashadak, Yashraal, Shalom, Shalom, family. Hope you're doing well. Shabbat Shalom to you. We've got Yalusi in the building. Shabbat Shalom to you. Now, I don't know if my moderators are here, but I guarantee you that this study is going to make some people mad. This is one of those studies. You know how it goes when it comes to bringing out that truth. You know, the heathens is raging. So Malkiyah is not in here yet. She's one of my faithful moderators. I'm sure she'll be joining soon, but just keep an eye out for the trolls. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna make somebody a moderator right now. If you want to be a moderator, I'm gonna just make you a moderator, and you could just be, somebody that can help moderate until Marquiyah gets here, because she always comes to my lives, but I don't think she's here yet. So if anybody wants to get a wrench, just let me know, and I'll just hand it to you. And we just gotta, keep these people out, because I'm telling you, the heathens are gonna hate what I'm about to bring out today, especially the Edomites. Windwalker, okay, family, I got you. Shelly Hubbard says, Shabbat Shalom, Ak. I love your channel. Don't stop doing Ahaya's work. All esteem to the Most High. All right. Yeah, I got you, Windwalker. I'm about to give you a wrench right now. Give me 1 second, family. Okay. Hold on. All right. I'm going to make you a moderator. All right, Windwalker. I just handed you a wrench. Marquiyah will be here. You know what I'm saying? Very, very soon. And just until she does, we got to keep these trolls at bay. So let's get into it, family. All right. Let me full screen this. Understanding the mindset of Esau. This is what we're going to be looking at today. All right. I mean, the image tells you a lot. I have a term that I've been using a lot on this channel called sour cream supremacy. And if you can read in between the lines, you understand what that is. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's get into it. All right. Understanding the mindset of Esau. In this study, we will be looking deeper into the mindset of Ashu or Esau. It is very important to understand his way of thinking, especially if you are Yasharal. This lesson will better equip you with understanding your enemy and the many weapons he uses against you as Yaqub or Jacob. If you are a direct descendant of Asu or Esau, it is important you understand these things, because the ways of Esau is more spiritual than it is physical. And we're going to explain that a little bit more as we get into this study, family. And because Esau or Ashu runs the media, you may have attached to some of his ideals unknowingly. And the ways of Esau puts you in direct rebellion against Yahuwah and Yahusha. This study will help break you out of his programming and walk better in alignment with the Alua of Yaqub, Yahuwah. It's so important to understand, family, that in this video, I'm going to be showing you guys that everything about the end times is really about Jacob and Esau. Okay, and that's what we're going to, get into a little bit further. Let's keep going. This needs to be taught and understood because Esau or Ashu has a lot to do with end times and is almost completely synonymous with Hashatan. That's what they're not telling you. Esau is the right-hand man of Hashatan. Hashatan hates Jacob. Hashatan hated Yahusha. So it would make sense that the one who hates Jacob would be emboldened by Hashatan. They are one and the same almost. They are almost one and the same. Okay? Got to understand that. Make sure to take notes and have your Bible near you, as this is a biblical study. I will not be approaching this from a fleshly perspective, but a biblical one, because there's a reason why Christianity is not teaching you who Ashu or Esau is. And I will show you why. Let's keep it going. All right, family. So some Abari words to know. We've used this term plenty of times. It's Esau's name is the English translation of what his name actually was, which is Ashu. Okay. Shana is a word we're going to be using, which means hating or to hate. Okay. Adum is the biblical Abari word for Edom. Zadun is pride, arrogance, insolence, or presumptuousness. Admuni means red or ruddy, which we're going to be looking at, because I know some people like to say that, Esau was born the white man. Listen, family, he was not born white. Is he the white man to this very day? Yes, indeed. I'm going to prove that. But he was melanated. He came out from two melanated people. He was the twin brother of his melanated brother, Jacob. He liked to be out in the fields. He was clearly a person that can handle the sun. But his descendants, not so much. We'll get into that a little bit later. And then the last word is Aba, which is enmity or hatred. So Ashu had Aba towards Yaqub. hatred toward his brother. Okay. The most important thing to understand about all of this is Esau is not just a bloodline and a people. Esau or Ashu is also a ruach or a spirit that has attached to many people, including some of Yasharah. And we'll get to that a little bit later as we move forward in this study. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and forces of darkness. That's Afashim or Ephesians 6, verse 12. So you have a bloodline, you have a people, but you also have an Edomite spirit. And I don't hear a lot of people talking, they talk about Esau and all that, but I don't never hear no people talk about how there's a spirit that this that is on a lot of people when it comes to how he thinks, how he acts, and how he feels about us. It is 100% a spiritual thing too, as much as it is a bloodline thing, as much as it is a biblical thing. All right. So we will start with the scriptures on Esau, which will give us a better understanding of him. Now, I did a full documentary on Esau and who he is today, as well as his descendants. I will not discuss all those things here, so be sure to watch it in full for more understanding. But I will briefly show you how you can easily identify him. And this is the documentary that I did. It's called Esau and the Horites. So if there's some things you might not understand about what's being brought forward, make sure after watching this video, you go and check out the Esau and the Horites documentary. It makes very clear who Esau is today. It can't be disputed. It can't be ignored. Just watch this video if you just need a little bit more context, okay? Everything you need to know about this world is concerning Yaqub and Ashu, Jacob and Esau. So we're going to start off in Bereshith. Now, I mentioned this in my Esau and the Horites video because I had to go to the beginning to break everything down. And we're going to do a little bit of that here. We're not going to go through every single thing, but just enough for you to understand the context of everything that's being written and everything that was prophesied by Yahuwah when it comes to these two twin boys. Okay? This is Bereshith of Genesis 25, 20-26. And Yatshak, or Isaac, was 40 years old when he took Rabkah, or Rebekah, as a wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Arami of Phadan Aram, and the sisters of Laban the Arami. And Yashak prayed to Yahuwah for his wife because she was barren, and Yahuwah answered his prayer, and Rabkah his wife conceived. And within her the children struggled together. And she said, if all is right, why am I this way? So she went to ask Yahuwah. Within her the children struggled together, and she said, if all is right, why am I this way? And Yahuwah said to her, two nations are in your womb. Two people shall be separated from your body, and one shall be stronger than the other, and the older shall serve the younger. Pay attention to that, family. They were struggling in her womb from the beginning before they were even birthed. They were struggling in the womb. And Yahuwah said there are two nations in the womb. Two people. One shall be stronger than the other. And it says that the older, who is Esau, who was born first, shall serve the younger. I know some people try to say that the Most High is going to destroy all the Edomites, which in a sense is biblical, right? A lot of them will be destroyed. However, it was prophesied even when they were in the womb that Esau would serve Jacob. Those Edomites that the Most High spares will serve us in the kingdom along with the other Gentiles. It's written. Esau will serve Jacob. So stop saying that, some Edomites can't, make it into the kingdom. They have to make it in the kingdom to be our servants. Listen, Yasharah's not serving Yasharah. The Edomites and the Gentiles are serving us. All right? So just keep that in mind. 24, and when the days were filled for her to give birth, and see, twins were in her womb. All right. And the first came out Admuni, all over like a hairy garment. So Admuni means red or ruddy. It doesn't say Laban. Laban is the Abari word for white. So Esau was not white, family. He was red or ruddy, just like King Daud. And he called his name Ashu, or Esau. And afterward, his brother came out and his hand holding on to Ashu's heel. And so his name was called Yakub. And Yatshak was 6 years old when she bore them. Now, I pulled up the Strong's Concordance for the word Jacob, which means heel holder or supplanter. Now, why this is interesting is because we know that Jacob's name was later changed to Yasharal, but his name was originally Jacob, which means heel grabber or supplanter. And that's going to make more sense as we continue to get into this study. A lot of times when the Most High assigns names to his people, there's always a purpose behind it. Abari is such a powerful language because every single name has meaning. Okay, let's keep going. One thing we need to understand is the twins were wrestling in the womb, as I said, before they even conceived. This is something to pay attention to and understand as we move forward. The reason why it's important to understand this is because they would be perpetually at war with each other in these times, or in these biblical times we're reading about, but even to this very day. There is still a spiritual war going on between Jacob and Esau. Everything is about them right now, period. The good, the evil, this is what this is. That's what people need to understand. This is what Christianity is not teaching you. Let's keep it going. All right. Barasheth, Genesis 25:27. And the boys grew up, and Ashu became a man, knowing how to hunt, a man of the field, while Yakub was a complete man dwelling in tents. Jubilees or Jubilees 19:14. And the youth grew, and Yakub learned to write, but Ashu did not learn, for he was a man of the field and a hunter, and he learned war, and his deeds were fierce. So we're getting a little bit more understanding about Esau. There are some things in the scriptures that are kind of giving us a context to what he's like, his character. It says that he was a man of the field. Yakub learned to write, but Esau did not. Okay? He was a man of the field. He was a hunter. He learned war, and his deeds were fierce. So he was a man that was warlike. He was very deceptive. He was very fearful to people. Jasher 26:17. And the boys grew up in their 15th year, and they came amongst a society of men. Ashu was a designing and deceitful man and an expert hunter in the field. Yakub was a man perfect and wise, dwelling in tents, feeding flocks, and learning the instructions of Yahuwah and the commands of his father and mother. So not only was Esau a fierce hunter and learned war, but he also was very deceitful. Bro, does this not describe the so-called Caucasoid? Warlike, colonize everything, act friendly, just to try to take advantage of you? Okay, let me not get ahead of myself. Jasher 28:18. At that time, Yatshak sent his younger son Yakub to the house of Sham or Shem and Abar or Eber, and he learned the instructions of Yahuwah. And Yakub remained in the house of Sham or Shem and Abar and Eber for 32 years. And Esau, his brother, did not go, for he was not willing to go and remain in his father's house in the land of Canaan. So that tells us something right there. Yakub was righteous from the very beginning. He wanted to learn the ways of the Most High. He wanted to, learn the commands of Yahuwah. He went to the house of Sham or Shem. He went to learn under Abar or Eber, who is the progenitor of the Abarim or the Hebrew people. Esau didn't care about none of that, which is exactly why he willingly gave away his birthright. Esau was completely impious. So when you think about all of these world leaders, you think about these folks at the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, and all of these heathens. You know what I'm saying? They create all these fake deities, the Romans, the Grecians, the Europeans. They create all these fake deities that don't want to honor the Alua of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And so they create their own deities that are not real because they hate and have disdain towards the Alua of Jacob. Once again, family, this is more spiritual than people realize. Let's keep going. Let me read some of these comments here. Natan Judah says, documentary was fire. Thank you so much. All esteem to Yahuwah. Yalusa said Esau is of Hashatan's seed. Yes, he is. And that documentary helps you understand that. Okay. I'm gonna keep on going, family. Well, I'll get to more of your comments in a second. This is Azara Shani, 2nd Ezra 6, 7 through 10. Pay attention to this one. Then I answered and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times, or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of it that follows? And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Yatshak, when Yakub and Ashu were born of him. Yakub handheld first the heel of Ashu, for Ashu is the end of the world. That is a key point to understanding who Ashu is. He is the end of the world, and Yakub is the beginning of it that follows. The hand of man is betwixt the heel and the hand. Other questions, Azara, ask thou not. So that's a great indicator to who Ashu is. It says that Esau is the end of the world. So Esau would be in power until Yahusha comes back and we finally reign over the nations. And the kingdom is established and Yasharal is brought back as one nation and we rule over the nations. So who do you see in power? Who are most of the people that are on the world stage? Look at the royal families. Look at the presidents. All I see is Europeans. Now, granted, you've got some people that might be somewhat melanated. You've got Obama. You've got some of the presidents of Africa, the presidents of Kenya, and so on and so forth. But you do realize that they answer to Esau. Esau's the end of the world. He will rule until Yahusha comes back. That is clearly the Caucasoid male. Okay, let's keep going. This is Ayub or Job 9:24. For the earth has been given into the hand of the wicked. He covers the face of his judges. It is not he, then who is it? So the earth has been given into the hand of the wicked, which supports 2nd Ezra 6, 7 through 10. Esau's the end of the world. The world's been given hand to the wicked, who is Esau and his descendants. This is Jeremiah 49:10. But as for me, I shall make Ashu or Esau bare. I shall uncover his hiding places so that he is unable to conceal himself. His seed is spoiled. Now, pay attention to that. What does that mean? It means that he intermingled his seed with another nation and spoiled his seed. This is why I say that his descendants are not like him. They don't look like him, like how he originally looked, right? Because he was melanated. And we're going to prove who he mixed his seed with, even though I've already explained that in the documentary that I mentioned. But he mixed his seed with something else. Okay? That's why it says his seed is spoiled. This is why Yahuwah said not to mix. That is obviously something he doesn't want us to do, and we'll get into that a little bit later as well. His brothers and neighbors, and he is no more. So it means now that his seed is mixed. He intermingled his seed with a different people, and his brothers and his neighbor, he is no more. So he is no longer like what he was. So I know people say that Esau was a Bari. He's a Hebrew. He's a Hebrew. The moment he corrupted his seed and he no longer became like them, he is not a Bari anymore. His descendants are no longer Hebrews. That's how deep this goes, because Yahuwah said he is no more like his brothers and his neighbors. So even the Edomites of today are not Hebrews. By blood, they're not. Just want to make that clear. Let's keep going. Esau or Ashu sold his birthright to his brother Yakub for a bowl of red pottage or soup. He did not value his birthright, nor the blessings that were promised. However, Yakub did. This is one of the reasons Yahuwah hated Esau and loved Yakub. Let's take a look. This is obviously the red lentil soup that he gave up to his brother that he took from his brother for the birthright. And I got this little meme right here. It says, I got you, Big Ock, if you want the suit, but what's good with that birthright, though? This is Bereshit, Genesis 25, 29 to 34. And Yaqub cooked the stew, and Ashu came in from the field and was weary. And Ashu said to Yaqub, please feed me with that red stew, for I am weary. That is why his name was called Adum or Edom. But Yaqub said, sell me your birthright today. And Ashu said, look, I am going to die, so why should I have a birthright? Then Yaqub said, swear to me today. And he swore to him and sold his birthright to Yaqub. Yaqub then gave Ashu bread and stew of lentils, and he ate and drank and rose up and left. Thus Ashu or Esau despised his birthright. Bereshit 27, 41 through 45. And Ashu, Shatam, hated Yaqub because of the blessing with which his father blessed him. Bro, honestly, Esau to me is what they call, they use this term back in the day, an Indian giver, right? You give up something and then you realize someone else finds value in it. Now all of a sudden you want it back. Like, that's just kind of corny to me. But so he says, and his father blessed him, and Ashu said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father draws near, then I am going to delete my brother Yaqub. And the words of Ashu, her older son, were reported to Rabka or Rebekah, and she sent and called Yaqub, her younger son, and she said to him, see, your brother Ashu comforts himself concerning you to delete you. And now, my son, listen to my voice and rise, flee to my brother Laban in Haran and stay with him a few days until your brother's wrath turns away, until your brother's displeasure turns from you, and he forgets what you've done to him, and I shall send and bring you from here. Why should I be bereaved of you both in one day? So essentially, Ashu willingly gave up his birthright for a bowl of soup. He agreed to it and everything else. He didn't value it. He didn't care about it. Jacob got the blessing from Isaac, Yatshak. And so now all of a sudden Esau feels some kind of way, and now he wants to plot to delete his brother. I just see a lot of similarities between Ashu and a certain people, but we're going to keep on going because I still got more to prove. Now, let's take a look at what we know about Ashu or Esau thus far. 1, Esau did not value and he despised his birthright and sold it to his twin brother Yaqub for soup. 2, it is prophesied he will serve Yaqub. 3, Esau would rule the world until the time of Yaqub, which is Yahusha. 4, he was not interested in learning the ways of Yahuwah. 5, he was evil, wicked, a deceitful man with wicked deeds. 6, he was warlike and fierce. 7, he hated his brother Yaqub and still does to this day. And 8, he plotted to kill his brother. 9, his seed is spoiled and intermingled with other people, serpent seed. 9, he's tried to hide himself, but Yahuwah has revealed who he is and made him bare. And 10, the world has been given into the hands of the wicked, who is Ashu and Esau and his descendants. This is why we need Yahusha to come back, because as long as Esau is in power, this world will be nothing but wickedness. This is what happens when you allow heathens who don't know the Most High and his ways of righteousness to be in power. They will corrupt everything. The transgender ideology comes from heathens. Okay, the drug culture comes from heathens. The hatred of oneself, the heathens. Everything wicked and corrupt with this world comes from the heathens, period. We need King Yahusha to come back so that we can rule with a righteous ruling. Because as long as he's heathen, I feel like knowing who you are as Yahshua just proves why these heathens can't be trusted, because everything they do, they turn to just trash, just garbage, just wickedness all over. Let me just go into some of these comments real quick and we'll continue. All right, let's see what some people are saying here. Give me 1 second. Natan Judah says all the qualities of YT people towards us right now. Exactly. People get mad when I bring this stuff out, but family, you can't run from this. Stephanie M says, Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Yahuwah Baruch. The whole truth, so help me Yah. Never ending hatred and rage is because the Most High chose Jacob. Exactly. That spirit is still here to this day. This is why a lot of these sour cream people, they can't admit why they hate you. They can't even tell you why. Oh, well, black people are lazy. Okay, I mean, if a white person is lazy, that doesn't affect me in any way. So I don't know why that's the reason why you hate us all, because we're some of the most talented, most creative, most artistic individuals out here. I mean, y'all are so lazy, y'all steal everything we do. I mean, we create our own music, our own styles, our own everything the black person does, they steal. So who's really the lazy one? I mean, if y'all weren't lazy, then white privilege wouldn't exist. I'm just saying. All right, let's see. Yalusa says Esau has no spirituality, why he gave up his inheritance unknowingly. That is true. He didn't have an understanding of the Yaluah that was going to bless him, which is Yahuwah, but he didn't care to know him. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't trust what was told to him by Yatshak about his birthright. He just didn't care. It was more about him. He was very self-centered. Shamika Gray says, sound about white. That's funny. Augustine Yahuwah. Okay, so Yashadak Yasharal says, spoiled Shaddad properly to be buried, that is figuratively, powerfully, passively impregnable, by implication to ravage, dead, destroy, oppress, robber, still. Yes, exactly. He spoiled his seed, he destroyed it. He destroyed it. His Abari roots are gone. He has corrupted everything that he was prior to them people that he mixed with, which we know are the Horites. Esau was wiped out. Read Amos. No, he was not wiped out. That is a prophetic book. Okay, because if you read Amos, it says that we are going to inherit Esau for a possession. Are we back in the land? Are we back in the land? This is what I'm saying. This is why, listen, family, stop listening to Christians. Stop listening to white people. Stop listening to everybody else that thinks that they can tell you what the book says. As long as these heathens continue to teach scripture, they will twist things. And that's what they love to do, to deny it, that is them. Oh, well, Esau was wiped out. Then why does it say he's going to rule until the time of Yahusha? Where is the king? He's not here yet. Esau is still in power. And I get it. You're probably saying that because you are Esau. So, I mean, you want to try to deny that it's you. But we know who he is, according to what the scriptures say. I'm speaking of my fleshly brothers. Let's see. I watched the male bashing, not of Yah. We are judged as a nation. Yeah. Okay, Joseph, I don't know what your issue is, but obviously you're a Christian and you don't know the Bible. The Most High is going to bring us back to the land, but he has an appointed time for everything. And listen, you might want to leave this room if you're sensitive. You might want to leave this stream if you're sensitive, because the things that's going to be brought out in this video is going to destroy everything you've been taught in sour cream supremacy. Yo, folks, and everything about y'all is going to be exposed today. So just know that. Moderator, if he continues to, give that back talk, kick him out. I'm trying to teach some people something, but you know how defensive these folks get when the truth comes out. Let's keep going. These scriptures and identifying marks give you a good example of who Ashu or Esau is, but I'm going to prove this further with scripture as well as some information that I'd like to show you. Barashith, 36, 15 through 18. Now, pay attention to this family. These are the dukes of the sons of Esau. Eliaphaz, the firstborn of Ashu, Duke Taman, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, Duke Kanaz. Okay, I'm not going to even read all that. I just want you guys to see that it says Duke everywhere. Okay? Now, let me show you this. The only places where you will find dukes is in Europe. Europe. Huh? Coincidence? No. And I'm about to show y'all something on the internet that actually reminds me, but let's read this. One of the dukes is the Duke of Edinburgh, named after the city of Edinburgh in Scotland, is a substantive title that has been created 4 times since 1726 for members of the British royal family. Esau, the Horites, the serpent seed is what I talked about in my documentary. It does not include any territorial land holdings. It does not produce any revenue for the title holder. The current holder, Prince Edward, was created Duke in 2023 on the 59th birthday by his eldest brother, King Charles III, whom formerly held the title. The dukedom had previously been granted to their father, then Philip Mountbatten, on the day of his marriage. So you can see all of these dukes in Europe. So you've got England, you've got Austria, you've got Greece, you've got Albania, Belgium, the Holy Roman Empire even. Spain, Sweden, Denmark, France, Italy. This is all Europe, family. This is all Europe. And that's why when you look at certain translations, they changed the term from duke to sovereign or king because they're trying to hide how you can connect this back to certain people. Just found that to be interesting. Now, real quick, I'm going to pull up my screen because I want to show you guys something here, just to prove what I'm saying. So let me just go to this screen real quick. Hold on, family. So I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you guys this this information I have on this on these royal families and stuff like that. So let's take a look at this real quick. So it says the royal family. This is Prince King Charles, or I get them all confused. They all look the same to me. So members of the royal family. Okay, this is the king, obviously. I don't even like calling him that because no heathens ruling over me. So this is the Princess of Wales. This is who they call the queen. Prince of Wales. The Duchess of Edinburgh. This is the Duke of Edinburgh. Notice they all look the same. There's not one black person amongst them. The Princess Royal. Okay. Now they're telling you that this is a royal bloodline, when in actuality, it is a satanic bloodline. Okay. As I explained, this is the Duke of Gloucester. Look at that. Blue eyes. Yeah. They all look the same. The Duchess of Gloucester. Part of my pronunciation on some of these, bro, because I mean, I don't speak heathen. The Duke of Kent is another example right here. Look at the features. You can see that the features are very, very similar. They're all pale-skinned people with light-colored eyes. The Duke of Sussex. Okay, here's another one right here. Look at that. Orange hair, red hair. Hairy. Yeah. The Duchess of Sussex, I guess that's her right there. But you can just see, family, that the dukes are exclusive to these European nations. And if you look at this logo right here, you see the lion and you see the unicorn. If you watched that documentary and you saw the wild men, they were often depicted either with lions or with unicorns. So that symbolism is very, very heavily tied to them. All right, that's pretty much it. But I just want to show you guys that this Duke thing is still used to this very day when it comes to these people in Europe. All right. So let's get back to this. All right. I'm just going to read some more of these comments before we continue on. Shamika Gray says RH negative bloodlines. Exactly. Praying for an Ali Shah. Hey, shalom, sis. Shabbat shalom. Hope you're doing good. They all look like they could just bite right into your neck. Yeah. And you know what's even crazier? I mentioned this in a documentary, but some people don't know this. The royal family is directly connected to Vlad the Impaler. Vlad the Impaler is who Dracula, or who you call the vampires, are based on, which is very, very interesting. Their bloodline goes back to him. Whew, deep. Let's see. We shall tread upon serpent and scorpions. Hallelujah. Hua. Yada yada. Shay Glory in the building. Shabbat Shalom, family. All praise to the Most High for your amazing channel. All esteem to the Most High Yahuwah. Shabbat Shalom to you, family. Thank you so much for joining us today. Let's see. Yaluna says, yup, hybrid being. That's why they obsess with the hybrid thing. Yeah, it's an obsession. It's just like if you think about you see, if these people really are the seed of or descendants of the Nephilim, right? The descendants of the giants of those days, they would be a lot like them. You know what I'm saying? That would just be built into their traits. So the Nephilim were corrupting themselves with animals, corrupting themselves with mankind, with beast, genetic tampering, feeding on the flesh of men and animals. Is that not what some of these people do? I mean, when you understand like the Illuminati, so to speak, and like the blood rituals and things that they do, that's exactly what they do. There's a certain word I can't say, but it involves consumption of the fluid that's red, that's in our bodies. You basically traumatize a child and you drink that red fluid in these satanic rituals. It's still done to this very day. It starts with an A. It starts with an A and it ends with a chrome. I'll just say it like that. So when you really understand these people, family, it's not hard to really see how this all ties to scripture and who these people really are and why they have such massive influence, because they are really, truly the seed of Satan. As a matter of fact, let me show y'all something else while I'm thinking about it. Give me 1 second. We're going to get back to this study in a second, but I wanted to show this to you as well. Now, this is on my Instagram, and I'm going to show you guys this because I'm thankful to the Most High because he revealed this to me some time ago. And when I brought it to people's attention, they was like, that had to come from the Most High for you to even notice that, even though it's like literally right in our face. And I'm going to show it to you guys in 1 second. Let me just scroll my Instagram here. I'm going to show you guys this. This is probably going to blow your minds. Which gives more evidence to this serpent seed thing I'm telling you guys. Where is it? Dang, I wish I would have bookmarked it. Give me 1 second, family. I got it here. Okay. All right. So take a look at this screen. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you guys this. And I just want to get your thoughts on this because when I saw it, it's something you really can't deny. And like I said, it's very blatant and in your face, but it's just, we sometimes miss the small details that they do show us. So look, let me share the screen and I'll show you guys this. All right. 1 second. All right. Let me share my screen. All right. Look at this. I'm going to mute the music. Okay. M-O-D-E-R-N-A. But if you reverse it, what do you get? Edom. R-N-A. Coincidence? No, sir. No, sir. That word right there, I can't say out loud because y'all know they censor stuff. But if you reverse it, this is what you get. The seed of the serpent. Why do you think they were pushing this on us? Why do you think they were saying, oh, well, black people should get it first? Why do you think they was pushing it, family? They wanted to corrupt your Abari bloodline, much like Ashu did when he laid with these people. You know what I'm saying? These Horites and stuff like that. E-D-O-M-R-N-A. It's right there in plain sight, family. This deception, that only really validates that who Esau is even more. Because who was pushing this? Them folk. Fauci, Trump, Biden. I mean, they could argue about so many things, but one thing they were agreed on, taking that as a good thing. Don't focus so much on what these politicians argue about. Pay attention to what both sides agree on. That's where you find the common goal that they want to push on people. Shiloh Yah says, shalom, family. Shabbat shalom to you, family. I hope you're doing well. Praying for Ali Shah says, yes, I saw that also. This is why I found that the bang was venom. Yes, it was the snake bite. Absolutely. Diedrich, Shabbat shalom. Ak, how you doing? Augustine Yahuwah, family, thank you for joining us. King Charles has cancer now. Yahuwah is not mocked. Yeah, but you know what? Honestly, I feel like that's part of this game. I think that could lead us to the revelation of their Edomite false Messiah that's going to come. You know, I feel like it's setting the stage for the one that they really, really want to rule, you know, in this new world order that I call it, new world order. The giants trusted their great size for their strength. They trust in their weapons. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sis Shauna, hey, Shabbat Shalom, sis. How you doing? Yes, my young bro, expose them. Love this channel. All esteem to y'all. Love you, sis. The heathens and Edomites can't stop what the Most High Yah is doing. Our Ab has all power in his hands. Hallelujah. And that's what we got to understand. We are on the winning side. We are on the winning side. So it's like with all these wicked things that I'm bringing out and I'm showing you guys, we got to understand that we are on the side of him who is going to destroy all this, and they can't stop him. So it's like when we see these things, I don't get bothered by it because I realize that this is really them trying to run away from what's coming up on them by his hand. All esteem to Yahuwah, man. All esteem to the Most High and his love for his people. Because if you know the scriptures, you know our Father is going to fight for us. All right, let's get back to this study. And we'll continue on here. Actually, hold on. Let me full screen this real quick, family. Got to full screen it. Okay. All right. So we just looked at the Dukes, and we know that in Europe, the Dukes are, you know, these European bloodlines that are tied to the royal family and so on and so forth. Let's continue on. Now, Caucasoid people love to deny that they are Esau, but what do the scriptures say? And we are going to get into some scriptures that prove that the descendants of Esau went to Europe. Can't be denied. All right. Jasher 90, 2-9. And Abanius, king of Kittim or Rome, went forth in that year, that is in the 31st year of his reign, and a great force with him of the mighty men of the children of Kittim. And he went to Shair or Seir to fight against the children of Ashu. So we know obviously that Esau was in Shair. This is where he ran into the Horites. Okay. And Hadad, the king of Edom, heard of this report, and he went forth to meet him with the heavy people and a strong force and engaged in battle with him in the field of Edom or Edom. And the hand of Kittim prevailed over the children of Esau, and the children of Kittim slew of the children of Esau 220,000 men. And all the children of Esau fled from before him, and the children of Kittim pursued them, and they reached Hadad, king of Edom, who was running before them. They caught him alive. They brought him to Abanias, king of Kittim, and Abanias ordered him to be slain. And Hadad, king of Edom, died in the 48th year of his reign. And the children of Kittim continued their pursuit of Edom, and they smote them with a great slaughter. And Edom became subject to the children of Kittim. So they became subject to Rome. And the children of Kittim ruled over Edom, and Edom became under the hand of the children of Rome or Kittim, and became one kingdom from that day. And from that time, they could no more lift up their heads in their kingdom because they became one with the children of Kittim. So if Esau became one with the children of Rome, that means that they became one with these Europeans. Okay. And this is actually expounded on much more further in more text and biblical text I'm going to show to support this. But they became one with these nations. Now, just because it says that they slew 20,000 men, you know what I'm saying, doesn't mean that they unalived all of Ashu. They didn't unalive all of Esau. They were not completely eliminated. You know why? The Most High wouldn't allow that to happen because there's prophecies about Esau that have to take place in order for us as a nation to be established along with King Yahusha and for King Yahusha to reign. Okay, so you got to understand that certain things are not going to happen until the Most High wants certain things to happen. It's always going to be what he wants because he knows exactly how things are going to play out. He knows the beginning and the end. It's already written. The redemption of Yasharal is written. The destruction of Esau is written. The servitude of Esau is written. It's just up to you what part of that story you fall under. All right, let's keep going. Now, who is Kittim? I already told you it's wrong, but I'll just prove it right now. This is Barashi, Genesis 10, 1-4. Now, these are the generations of the sons of Nuach, or Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were born sons after the flood. The sons of Japheth are Gomar, Magog, Madai, Yaban, or Greece, Tubal, Mashak, Tyrus. The sons of Gomar, Ashkenaz. Well, that tells you about them people. Riphath, Tagarma, and the sons of Yaban, or Greece, Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. So these are all the European nations. Now, what needs to be understood is Japheth was black. Okay, everyone was. I'm going to keep on saying that until y'all get this. The sons of Noah were all melanated, be it Ham, be it Shem, and be it Japheth. And I'm going to show you some examples of this because, some people be saying, oh, well, Japheth is the progenitor of the white race. No, he's not. He's not. The Horites are. The Nephilim are. And it's going to make more sense as we keep going. Okay. This is Yashar, Jasher 10:16. And the children of Kittim are the Rumaim, or the Romans, who dwell in the valley of Canopia by the river Tibru. This is Jubilees 8:29-30. This is the land which came forth for Japheth and his sons as the portion of his inheritance, which he should possess for himself and his sons for their generations forever. 5 great islands and a great land in the north, but it's cold. The land of Ham is hot. The land of Shem is neither hot nor cold, but is a blended cold and heat. It's very, very self-explanatory. The land of the north, that is cold. Okay. More scriptural proof, Esau or Ashu are the Europeans. This is Debar HaYamim Rishon, 1 Chronicles 29:29. And the acts of sovereign Daud, first and last, see, they are written in the book of Shamuel the seer, in the book of Nathan the prophet, and the book of Gad the seer. Now, I gave you that scripture because the book of Gad the seer has been removed from your 66 canonical canon, so to speak. Not saying it's not canon, because it is. And I just gave you that scripture to show you it's referenced in the 66. But this book called the Book of Gad the Seer is very, very telling about them folks who claim to be us and also support what we just read in Yashar or Jasher about how Esau's descendants went and became one with Europe, Rome, Kittim, and Greece, and the rest of the nations. So let's take a look at what it says. This is Hasafar, Gad, Ha, the seer. Okay, 1524. Replacement theology, Edom and Rome. You see how they put together? It says, woe unto you, O Adum, that sits in the land of Kittim in the north of the sea. Let me say that again. Woe to you, O Adum, that sits in the land of Rome or Kittim in the north of the sea. We just read that Japheth was given the lands of the north where it's cold. This is another witness. For your destroyers will emerge from a terrible nation. They will not even leave you a remnant. For you have said, I sit on high, and only I have a covenant with the Alua of Elohim. For Yahuwah chose me instead of his Kadash people. Family, this is describing the Revelation 2939 people. We'll keep on going, though. I'm just trying to get y'all to see. It's going to get more clear as we keep reading this. For Yahuwah chose me instead of his Kadash people, for he abhorred them. Isn't this what these Christians say? Oh, we replaced Yasharal. We're Yasharal now. We're spiritual Israel. He doesn't want y'all anymore. Who cares if you're the people? He divorced you. This is the pride of the heathens. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. He abhorred them, and his former people despised and rejected and did not truly know Yahuwah because they did not know his son. We are truly wise and intelligent. We know Yahuwah and his law. We know his son and presence, the Ruach HaKadosh. But thus says Yahuwah, because you rose up in pride to brag about the Alua of Aluahim, know that you will perish in your conceitedness. This is talking about Esau. He's got a lot of pride. This is the pride of the nations. This is the pride of the Rev 29s who claim to be us. This is the pride of these royal family, all of these people. Let's keep going. Because you rose up in pride to brag about the Alua of Aluahim, know that you will perish in your conceitedness. For why would you put confidence in man whose life is like a vapor, which begins in the morning and is gone by noonday, placing him to sit beside Alua? For it is not you whom I knew formerly. And where is the bill of the divorce of my people that you said would be a prey? Show it to me. So this is our Father making it clear. He is not throwing us away. And this is also supported by Paul. Has Yahuwah cast away his people? Yah forbid. No. But this is what these heathens have taught. But the Most High is saying, no, I have not cast away Yasharal. I chose you for a people I chose you as a people unto myself. He said the other nations are like spittle to him. Out of all the nations and families on the earth, we're the only ones he's known and dealt with. We're the only ones who got the Torah. Did our ancestors make some mistakes? Absolutely. But he is not done with us. And that's what these nations have to understand. But this Christianity and these Edomite doctrines have puffed these people up. So much so where they are walking in complete rebellion against Yahuwah. Let's keep going. Judgment of Rome. Your corpses, pay attention to this, family. Your corpses will fall among my people. Jealous Yahuwah, come out of your place and smite Adum or Edom. Consume them. Come to Zarephath. Come to Sepharad. Just like those people, the Sephardic Jews, that's them. Let's keep going. Come to Ashkenaz. Come to Germania. Germany? Yeah. They shall come and fall in the lowest pit, in destruction, and in the shadow of death, for your mouth will fail you, and no one will help you. Listen, family, some of y'all may not like what I'm about to say. There is no redemption for the people who have claimed to be us. There's none. There is none. I honestly believe they are Amalek. I just believe it 100%. There is no actual, I don't believe there's redemption for that. Because Yahusha literally, first of all, they reject him. That's number one. So you can't even make it to the Father by rejecting Yahusha. And they're exactly why a lot of the brews are falling for this anti-Messiah spirit that's like, oh, I don't believe in Yahusha. He's false. The Piso family wrote the Renewed Covenant, or what they call the New Testament, and all of these false doctrines. The wickedness that they have pushed on our people that have kept us locked into the ways of Babylon. Because when it comes to everything so-called black, right, they fund it. So if it's black entertainment television, if it's, the hip-hop industry, if it's the fashion industry, whatever it might be, they have a hand in all of it. And we can even talk about drill music, and just how destructive that has become to the Yahudim. We could talk about, I can't even say the word, PP. It has to do with the unborn. You know what I'm talking about? So I don't believe there's any redemption for these people. The continuous blasphemy. Yahusha said, I know the blasphemy of them who say that they are the chosen, but are not. So the continuous unrepentant blasphemy, I don't believe there is any redemption for these folks. And I believe the Most High, according to this and some of the scripture we're going to get into later, Yahuwah will deliver them into our hands to avenge ourselves on them. This is another thing people don't understand. And that's why I encourage people to watch my video, The Many Misconceptions of Yahusha, because these heathens have watered down the Messiah and watered down our Father, and they act like he's not a Aluah of vengeance, especially for his people. He is, and he will allow us to finish off a lot of these nations. And Yahusha, he's going to do the same. He's going to come here and he's going to slay a lot of these people. You know, and that's what they don't want to teach. They just want to teach he's going to hug everybody, be kissing kids or kissing children, you know, and all that. No, it ain't going to be like that at all. Watch my video, The Many Misconceptions of Yahusha, for more understanding on that. Before we continue, let me keep reading these comments. All right. Why is Esau portrayed as a black man when he was and is the so-called white man? Help me understand. I've already explained this. Okay, I've already explained this to you. Maybe you weren't in here, so I'll be happy to explain it again. Esau was melanated. Okay, he was a black man, or not like dark skin or anything like that, but he was ruddy. This is what I'm saying. When you learn Abari, it helps destroy these lies. The word used to describe Esau is Admuni. Admuni means red or ruddy. Matter of fact, let me just show you something real quick, because we're going to destroy these lies right now. I'm just getting tired of people that are uneducated coming on my page and just speaking from ignorance. I'm going to disprove everything you believe right now. And if you in a camp, you know what I'm saying? That's part of the reason why you can't see things for what they are. But let me just show you something real quick. I'm just going to show you a few examples already so you can see what I'm talking about. Give me 1 second, family. I'm just going to show you a few examples. And we're going to just destroy these lies. Now, like I said, I'm not saying that Esau, you know what I'm saying, isn't the white man today. We've just proven that already. But I'm saying he wasn't born as no blue-eyed, blonde-haired white person. He just wasn't. That is just the truth. All right. Now, let me show you a few examples of what ruddy looks like. And then we're going to prove what he actually looked like, because, you know, the lies got to stop. So the first screen I'm going to share, with you guys is wildlife. And this is what is called a ruddy shell duck. Take a look at this. Look at that. It says ruddy shell duck. Ruddy shell duck. Doesn't that look more of like a brownish, reddish tan? This is not white, family. This is not white. Look at this. Look at this. Reddish. It's like a reddish, brownish color. Okay? Here's another image of it. A ruddy shell duck. Red, ruddy. It means the same dang thing, family. It means the same thing. And that's more of a brownish color. Here's another image. A ruddy shell duck. This is not white. This right here, this part of his wing, that is white. But when they're describing a ruddy shell duck, they're talking about this coat of color. Now, let me show you another example. Let me change this screen out. Let me show you another example, bro. We got to prove things with truth here. All right. Now, let me show you another animal. This is the ruddy tree frog. Look at that. I don't see white. I don't see white at all. Look at this. Look at it. Here's another one right here, family. Look at that. A ruddy tree frog. Ruddy means red. The word is Admoni. King Daud was described the same way. These are Hebrews. Hebrews come in all forms of black. You got light-skinned brews. You know what I'm saying? Darker skin brews. You got, you know, beautifully complected caramel-colored brews. You know what I'm saying? Like melanin, bro, melanin comes in all shades of black, family. Like, let's not act dumb about this. Let's just use common sense. Here's another one. This is a brownish, reddish color. Okay, this is not white. All right, here's another image. Look at that. It's very clear. All right. Now, I'm going to show you one more example and we're going to move on because I don't want to be sitting here wasting my time trying to teach you basic stuff you should have understanding of. But one more thing I'm going to show you is the red heifer cow. Now, if you are familiar with the Torah, Jerry, then you know that the Levites or the Luyim, they did the sacrifices, the animal sacrifices. And one animal that they used for the animal sacrifices was the red heifer cow. And the red heifer cow had to be completely red. It had to be completely without blemish. And so to say that, you have an issue with me, showing the images or whatever, because you're saying I'm depicting him as black, that is according to what the scriptures describe. That's not my opinion. That's not what I think. But I'm just going to show you real quick just to prove it. All right. This is the red heifer cow right here. Now, if you look up red in the Abari or the Hebrew, this is what you're going to see when it comes to the red heifer cow. As a matter of fact, the imposters are literally getting these animals to build their third temple. And we're going to get to that in a minute because that's part of this deception that we're going to also discuss in this. But look at that. So you're telling me that this cow is white, according to the fact that it's described as red, as Esau is described as red, as King Daud is described as red or ruddy. Red or ruddy, those terms are interchangeable. And if you want to even take it a step further, let's look at melanated people that could be described as red or ruddy. Wait, I spelled that wrong. Melanated. I hate using Google for a search a lot because they do be hiding a lot of stuff. But I'm just trying to show you what that could look like. Look at these boys right here. Look at this. This is red or ruddy. Look at the Negro hair. Look at the Negro features. This is ruddy. This is not white. Okay? End of discussion. Now, if you're going to come on this page, you got to humble yourself and do your due diligence before you try to argue because I come with receipts. All right? All right, let's keep on reading some of these comments. Their whole existence is blasphemy. They're a living, walking lie. Absolutely. Them people that claim to be us, everything they say is built on lies. And I've actually challenged some of them. I've challenged some of these rabbits. I don't like to call them Rabby or Rabbi because Yahusha said, call no man rabbi. So I don't call them that. But I've challenged them, family. I've literally come to them. I pulled out the scriptures. They don't believe in the Messiah. I pulled out the Messianic prophecies in the Torah, in the Tanakh. They can't give an answer for that. Then I go into the scriptures about us, and they can't answer that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm all like, so you mean to tell me that y'all are out there in that land getting all types of sicknesses and skin cancer and all that, and you want me to believe that y'all wandered the desert wilderness for 40-something years? Come on, man. That don't make no sense, bro. And if y'all really are the people of the book, why is it that nothing about what happened to y'all during WW2 is anywhere in the scripts? And y'all know what I'm talking about, that event. It is not in the scriptures at all, bro. That tells you everything you need to know. And that's a good way to challenge them. They can't show it because it ain't got nothing to do with them. I mean, it got something to do with them, but it ain't got nothing to do with the biblical Israelites. Our plight, everything about us, it's in the scriptures, but not so much for them, other than Revelations 2:9-3:9, but y'all know that. All right, let's see. All right, I'm reading some more of these comments. Esau mixed the fallen and became whited out through generations. Yes, indeed, 100%. But I'd venture to say that those children that he had that came from the Horites, the cave dwellers, were probably more predominantly white or Caucasoid looking. You know what I'm saying? I just believe that. I think the more they started to breed and mix, you know what I'm saying, it became more prevalent and noticeable. But I do believe that once he had that the seed with these children, I think that's just where it really, really started right from the get-go. All right, let's see. I'm just reading through some more of these comment sections here. Um, Esau fled to the land of Canaan, stolen land. Facts. Even we as a people call high yellow red bone. Exactly. Exactly, family. Like, you know what I'm saying? Back in the day, even sometimes, I might see a light skin, daughters, but like, hey, what up, red bone? She a red bone. She shot, shot your red bone. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. Red or ruddy does not mean you're not melanated. It doesn't mean you don't have melanin. But unfortunately, certain doctrines have been twisted to push a narrative. And listen, I got love for my people, even those in the camps, and I pray that their eyes will be open to certain things. I do think there is truth that's being brought out from some of what they're saying, but a lot of it is wrong. A lot of it is error, and it needs to be corrected. Because if you think that the Most High is not going to judge you, you know what I'm saying, for pushing false doctrine and leading people astray, you got another thing coming. All right. So let's get back to this study. We still got more to get through here. And I got some more video clips I want to show you guys. And yeah. All right. So let's get back to this study. All right. So we've already proven in the book of Gad the seer. Oh, wait. My bad. Let me minimize this comment for a second here. So we've already proven in the book of Gad the seer that we've already proven that, there's a judgment coming for the people who claim to be us, right? We've already looked at that. So let's keep going. Now, I showed this in my other video, but in Genesis 36, we noticed that Esau had a son named Eliphaz, right? Why is it that the man that created this Baphomet tranny? Oh, let me be careful with my words, bro, because this is a word I use all the time and it'd be ticking off YouTube. Trans goat thing. That the guy that made this, his name is also Eliphaz. Huh. Interesting, isn't it? Now, I mentioned this before. I didn't mention it in my documentary because I didn't know about it at the time. But isn't it interesting that Eliphaz has the same name as the guy who created the Baphomet? And I'm going to show you what he looks like, proving what I've been saying. This is him. His name is Eliphaz Levi. And this man wrote all these books on magic, doctrines, rituals. Aleister Crowley was heavily influenced by him. Bro, how can people not see that these people, these Caucasoid people, are the root of all wickedness? They just are. Listen, you cannot really serve Yahusha and Yahuwah if you can't acknowledge that the people y'all come from are the most wicked, most evil, most perverse, most just deplorable individuals that this world has ever seen. The world is so wicked and corrupt now because of these people and what they have taught. Why? Because they're the ones with all the power. They're the ones with all the influence. So this is what he said, Eliphaz, the guy who made the Baphomet. He says, occult medicine is essentially sympathetic reciprocal affection, or at least real goodwill, must exist between doctor and patient. Syrups and juleps have very little inherent virtue. They are what they become through the mutual opinion of operator and subject. Hence, homeopathic medicine dispenses with them, and not so serious inconvenience follows. So like I said, this man has wrote so many books on the occult, so many books on rituals. You think about Freemasonry, you think about Kappa and all these like fraternities and all this stuff. All of this comes from people like him. And it's really sad to see a lot of the brews and the Yasharim falling into these sororities and these organizations. And that's usually the stepping stone to get you into Freemasonry, which is the ultimate worship of Hashatan. I mean, bro, it's really, really sad. And it's like, as soon as you point these things out, people be like, oh, you hating, black people are doing something good, and we're being part of something. Why do you want to claim to be part of the people that enslaved you, who were Grecians, Romans? These Greek fraternities, they got you literally branding these Greek symbols on your body. Have you not read the book of Well, obviously, a lot of people ain't read Maccabees. But when you understand the Most High's disdain for them and their wickedness, you wouldn't want nothing to do with these people. I'm just saying. That's why understanding biblical history is so important, family. It really is. All right, let's keep going. Esau is the Europeans. Yahuwah hates Esau. This is why your Christian pastors will not teach you who Esau is, because European Christianity is taught by Esau. And they don't want you to know that the same Europeans who have done so much evil to Yaqub have a judgment coming and are the very people Yahuwah said he hates. Malachi 1:3. But I have Shatam, Ashu, hated Esau, and have laid waste his mountains and his inheritance for the jackals of the wilderness. If Adum or Edom says, we have been beaten down, let us return and build the ruins. Yahuwah of hosts, or Yahuwah Sabaoth, said thus, let them build, but I tear down. They shall be called the border of wickedness. The border of wickedness. So we read earlier that the world is given into the hands of the wicked. We know that Esau was wicked from the beginning, wanted to plot to delete his brother, and they were tussling in the womb, and, he sold up his birthright. Then he wanted it back, and, all of these things that he did. And then it says that he is the border of wickedness. This is what people have to accept. The Bible isn't lying, and I've already proven to you who he is. So you're going to continue to deny the lineage of evil that exists in a certain people on this earth? And like I said, this Edomite spirit is not just them, right? Because it's in their blood, right? But when Esau runs the media, when Esau controls everything, that Edomite spirit can be passed on to you. You can be programmed into that Edomite mindset, even amongst the Yasharelim. Self-hate, that's Edomite spirit. Tap dancing, shucking and jiving, that's an Edomite spirit, and we're going to get to that a little bit later on. Let them build, but I tear down. They shall be called the border of wickedness, and the people against whom Yahuwah is enraged forever. Rumaim, or Romans 9:13. As has been written, Yaqub have I loved, but Esau or Ashu I have hated. The Most High, it is clear. The Most High hates Esau. Okay, it's just the truth. But this is why those of y'all that are born from him, you have a lot of work you have to do to get in good graces with the Most High, because you come from the people he already hates. And so not only do you have to prove yourself to accept the Aluah of Jacob, who Esau hates, who you naturally, in your genealogy, in your biology, you naturally hate Jacob. You have to accept the Messiah that came from Jacob, that looks like Jacob. And you also have to accept the father of Jacob, who is Yahuwah, who is not your Edomite Christian God, who is not your Edomite white Jesus. And every single day, you are going to war in the flesh. Your own biological urges are going to tell you to hate Negroes. The Most High can help you with this, but you are going to really have to put on the armor of Yahuwah and break away from this spirit that is on you. And there are some people I've seen who have done this. You know what I'm saying? And all esteem to Yahuwah for those who have been able to break away from that Edomite spirit. I got one Ak that, you know what I'm saying, he knows the truth about who we are, and he's always helping Negroes. He sees them on the street with nothing, he gives them money to get a hotel room. You know, they got kids. He gives money to their children. He does everything he can to help Jacob because of what he knows his ancestors had a part in. He's constantly, writing me, checking on me, making sure I'm good. Asking the Most High, forgive me for what my ancestors have done. He's always trying to make it right with the Most High because he has this constant conviction of the evil of the people he comes from. I respect that. You know what I'm saying? Even though there are some people that probably look at him as, NI hard ER lover, he don't care about that. He's willing to go to deal with the backlash. He's willing to deal with the hatred. He's willing to deal with the separation from people that look like him because he chooses to serve the Most High and cleave to Jacob. And he also accepts that he's going to be a servant to us. And he's okay with that because he loves the Most High. That's going to take a lot of work for some people. And unfortunately, the heathens have so much pride, they'll never get to that place of humility. And woe unto them. All right, let's keep going. If you are an Adumi or Edomite, you must be grafted in and serve the Alu of Yaqub, Yahuwah, and the Messiah who came from Yaqub, who is Yahusha, HaMashiach, and accept that the prophecies concerning Esau serving Yaqub is written, and your restitude and servitude to Yaqub is forever. See, some people think it's just going to be a small length of time that they're going to serve us. No, family. Let me be clear. They will serve us forever. There is no small length of time and then they're no longer servants. No, they will serve Jacob forever. After all we've been through, after all these years we had to serve y'all, it's only right. And we're not talking about just here in modern days and civil rights and all that. We're talking about even in biblical times and nations we had to serve. It only makes sense that the redemption of Yahshua would be us never laboring a day in our lives, and those who made us serve them will have to serve us in our kingdom that was promised to us from the beginning, will serve us forever in this kingdom. The Most High is just, period. Those who are of this seed who accept not to accept Yaqub and reject the Messiah who came from Jacob will be sold into slavery and utterly destroyed. We'll take a look at the prophecies concerning Esau to fully understand this, that you make the right decision. All right. Let's keep going here. Jasher 58:28. But from that day forward, the children of Ashu hated the sons of Yaqub or Jacob, and the hatred or the shatam and enmity were very strong between them all the days unto this day. So we're not just talking about Esau here. We are also talking about his children. It says that the shatam or the hatred and the enmity were very strong between them all the days and even unto this very day. So the moment that I stand here before you on Shabbat and I'm reading you Jasher 58:28, even to this very day, that hatred is still there. So the Most High has given you clues in the scriptures on how to identify Esau. People just aren't paying attention to him to really, truly understand him. All right, so hold on a second. Okay. All right. Now, this is, hold on, family. I'm having an issue with my microphone. Give me 1 second. Just make sure. Can y'all hear me? If you can hear me, give me a 1. I just want to make sure I'm being heard because my microphone literally just cut out right now. I just want to make sure I can be heard right now before I continue on. Give me a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me okay. We'll continue on. Let's see. Yep. Okay, cool. Wonderful. All esteem to Yahuwah. All right. So, Obadiah or Abad-Yahu 1:10-14. Because of your violence against your brother Jacob, let shame cover you. You shall be cut off forever. In the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that strangers took captives his wealth, when foreigners entered his gates and cast lots for Yerushalayim, you also were like one of them. So Esau was essentially complicit in the captivity of Yahuda and Yasharal. And he stood by and watched it, participated in it. Okay, so this is going back to the captivities that Yasharal experienced. Okay. Nor made your mouth great in the day of distress, nor have entered the gate of my people in the day of calamity, nor looked down on their evil in the day of their calamity, nor have seized their wealth in the day of their calamity, nor have stood at the parting way to cut off his fugitives, nor handed over his survivors in the day of distress. So Esau was incredibly prideful and watched all these wicked things happen to Jacob and didn't do a dang thing about it. Matter of fact, he participated. Now, I talk a lot about the Tahalim or Psalms 83 conspiracy. I talk about this a lot because it's very important to understand it is not just Esau who is against us. It is every nation on the face of this earth. Okay? And this is why I say that the Edomite media has provoked a hatred towards us. Because no matter where you go as a Negro, as Yasharal, you are going to be treated just as bad as you are here in America. This is Tahalim, Psalms 83, 1 through 8. O Yahuwah or Alua, do not remain silent, do not be speechless, and do not be still, O Alua. For look, your enemies make an uproar, and those hating you have lifted up their head. They craftily plot against your people. They conspire against your hidden ones. They've said, come and let us wipe them out as a nation and let the name of Yasharal be remembered no more. For they have conspired together with one heart that they have made a covenant against you. The tents of Adum, the Yashma'alim, Ishmaelites, Moab, Hagarites, Gabal, the Ammonites, Amalekites, Philistines, Zior, Assyria, also has joined with them, and they have helped the children of Lot. So, family, there are even Hebrew nations that hate us. That's how deep this goes. Like Yashma'al, that is obviously the brother of Isaac, Abraham's firstborn son that participated in this conspiracy. Esau, Edom, right? Obviously, he was a Hebrew, hated his own brother from the very beginning. Moab is a descendant of Lot. Hebrew. Lot came from Shem. He came from Abar. He was related to Abraham. These are even Hebrew nations that are against you, family. That's what I'm saying. Just because someone might have some sort of Semitic ties to the bloodline of, Shem or Abar or Eber, who you would call Eber in the English, doesn't mean they're still not working with these other nations to, cut us off as a people or have some sort of enmity towards you. So don't get so caught up, on, well, you're a Hebrew, so you're one of us. There are some Hebrew nations that hate you just as much as Esau does. Just keep that in mind. All right, let's keep going. The final judgment of the heathens. I'm going to turn my microphone up just a little bit here. Okay. Tahalim or Psalms 59:8. But you, Yahuwah, laugh at them, and you mock all the Goyim and have them in derision. Baruch Rishon, 1 Baruch 4:31-36. Miserable are they that afflicted thee, and rejoice at thy fall. Miserable are the cities which thy children served. Miserable is she that received your sons, for she rejoiced at thy ruin and was glad of the fall. So shall she be grieved for her own desolation. For I will take away the rejoicing of her great multitude, and her pride shall be turned into mourning. For fire shall come upon her from the everlasting, long to endure, and she shall be inhabited of devils for a great time. O Yerushalayim, look toward thee, toward the east, and behold the joy that cometh unto you from Yahuwah. This is Joel, or you all, 3:6-9. The people of Yahudah and the people of Jerusalem you have sold to the sons of the Yabanim, or the Grecians, to remove them far from their borders. See, I am stirring them up out of the place to which you sold them, and I shall return on you your own head for what you have done, and shall sell your sons and daughters into the hands of the people of Yahudah, and they shall sell them to the Shabaim, or the Sabians, to a nation far off, for Yahuwah has spoken. Proclaim this among the Gentiles. So this is what I'm saying. People get mad when I say this, right? they take issue when I say either repent, accept who we are, or y'all are going into slavery. People get mad when I say that. But the Most High literally says, proclaim this among the Gentiles. Me telling you that this will happen if you don't clean yourself up and accept Yahusha, accept his people, and accept Yahuwah, and throw out your white, fake Christian God, I'm a bad person because I'm doing what the word of the Most High says. You must want the to be in slavery. I guess you do. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to show you guys something in a minute. Matter of fact, yeah, give me a second. I got some video clips I want to show you guys, and we're going to get to that in a second. For Yahuwah has spoken, proclaim this among the Gentiles, prepare for battle, wake up the mighty men, let all the men of battle draw near, let them come up. And Abad Yahu, Obadiah 1:15, for the day of Yahuwah is near upon all the Goyim or the heathens. As you have done, it shall be done to you. Your reward shall come back on your own head. So this is not just Edom, but this is all the nations that have had something to do with this Psalms 83 conspiracy, or even to this very day are still involved with this Psalm 83 conspiracy. Because I kid you not, family, the United Nations is a part of the Psalms 83 conspiracy. All of these nations are joined against us. They will never tell you that. They'll never come out there and say it, but they are 100% against Yasharal. All right? Because they realize they really fear us, bro. They will never tell you that, but they really do fear us. They just won't come out and say it. Okay? This is your cause call, Ezekiel 35, 2-12. Son of man, set your face against Mount Shair, Edom, or Edom. Prophesy against it and say, thus says Yahuwah, behold, Mount Shair, I'm against you. I will stretch out my hand against you, make you completely desolate. I will destroy your cities. You will become a wasteland. You shall know without a doubt that I am Yahuwah, because you, descendants of Esau, have had an everlasting hatred for Jacob. And you handed over the sons of Yasharal to the power of the sword at the time of their tragedy, at the time of their final punishment. Therefore, as I live, says Yahuwah, I will hand you over to bloodshed. Now, pay attention to that. Yahuwah said their final punishment. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Family, we done served that 400 years. There's nothing but blessings coming over on us. We served that 400 years. It's all coming to an end. There's nothing but blessings that Yahuwah has in store for us at this point. They are the people that have to be worried about what's coming. So, that's why I say, bro, you can't really be too worried about how bad things is getting and all that. This is really more so for the heathens. We done already, served our 400 years. We done served our sentence. You feel what I'm saying? The Most High got nothing but plans of redemption for our people. We got to hold on to that. Hallelujah. I will hand you over to bloodshed, and bloodshed will pursue you. Since you have not hated bloodshed, bloodshed will pursue you. I will make Mount Shair, or Edom, or Edom, a ruin and a desolate wasteland. I will cut off from it one who passes through it, and the one who returns. I will fill its mountains with its slain. Those killed by the sword will fall on your hills and in your valleys and all your ravines. I will make you an everlasting desolation, and your cities will not be inhabited. Then you will know without a doubt that I am Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Because you, descendants of Esau, have said, these two nations, Yasharal and Judah, and these two lands shall be mine, we will take possession of them. And although Yahuwah was there, therefore as live, says Yahuwah, I will deal with you in accordance with the anger and envy you showed because of your hatred for them. And I will make myself known among them as judge when I judge and punish you. And this is what I always tell y'all, family. It doesn't matter what these heathens do. Yahuwah will fight for us, period. I know you deal with the racial tension. I know you deal with these nations that hate you. And I know you dealt with it even more since you woke up. I know I have. For sure. I ain't never seen so much blatant racism in all my life until I started waking up, which is interesting because when you really think about it, right, a lot of us woke up in 2019. Some of us woke up a little bit before that. Some of us woke a little bit after that. You don't think it's a coincidence that Donald Trump was put in office right around that time where the awakening really started to take off? And he's like the perfect tool to help push sour cream supremacy. He is going to be the one that is going to basically ignite that fire, you know what I'm saying, to really, really bring a civil war against us. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing they do is without coincidence. And what's more interesting, even so, is he literally, in my video, Who Are the Biblical Israelites? I showed you guys that he acknowledged that we came here in 1619. It's been 400 years. But not just that. He also signed this legislation acknowledging that the 400 years, you know, was completed. You know what I'm saying? And that it happened. But then at the same time, he turned around and said, I don't think we should focus on that. You feel what I'm saying? So you got to understand that he has a fan base that he has to pander to. But then there's certain things he also has to do that, you know, bring things into fulfillment according to the will of the Most High. So just keep that in mind. All right, let's keep going. This is Obadiah, Yahu, the vision of Obadiah. This is the master Yahuwah said concerning Edom. We've heard a report from Yahuwah and a messenger who has sent him on the nations, saying, arise and let us rise against her for battle. See, I've made you small among the nations. You are greatly despised. The pride of your heart has deceived you. You who dwell in the clefts of the rock. There's another clue. Dwells in rocks, dwells in caves, whose dwelling is high, who say in thy heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Those you rise up as high as the eagle, and you shall set your nest amongst the stars. From there shall I bring you down, declares Yahuwah. All right, now take a look at this, family. I want to show you this. Oops. Now, if you look at these symbols here, these are all countries that use the eagle symbolism. Okay. Oh, snaps. Markiyah's in the building. Shabbat Shalom says, I was looking for you. I didn't know where you were. Hallelujah. Hold on. I gotta shout you out. This is my moderator, y'all. Our Ak, Windwalker's been holding it down. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I was looking for you, sis. But Shabbat Shalom, beloved. I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you. But so these are all symbols, okay? Or flags of different European countries that use the eagle. So you've got the Holy Roman Empire. You've got Germany with the Nizi people. You've got Russia, the two-headed eagle. You've got the bronze medal with the eagle with Napoleon in 1849. The Great Seal of America, original design, 1776. You've got the eagle on it. Okay, you've got the Roman Empire with the one-headed eagle. You've got the Roman Empire rebranded in 1410 with a two-headed eagle. You've got Paris, France, okay, with the two-headed eagle. Family. The seal of the President of the United States, the eagle. This is what I'm saying. There's so many things in Scripture helping you identify who Esau is, but people look over it and just say it's of no significance. But I'm a type of person, family, when I'm trying to find out things, I dig deep. That's just the type of person I am. Is as I look deeper into stuff and put two and two together. And then even with the Scottish Rite Freemasons, they use the double-headed eagle. So that's one thing it says. He exalts himself as the eagle. That's Esau, okay? Let's keep going. Now, here are other countries that use the eagle. You got the Czech Republic. You've got Kazakhstan. You've got Poland, Austria, Indonesia, Egypt. No surprise there, right? United States, Germany, Russia, more Albania, more European countries. Okay? Just trying to show y'all the proof. So you can't say that I didn't say it. Now, obviously, like I said, he exalts himself as the eagle. He has pride. Okay. Zechariah 11:5. I always show you guys this meme, but it ties to what I'm saying. whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty, and they shall sell them and say, blessed be Lord, for I'm rich, and their own shepherds pity them not. This is why they say, get over it. Don't talk about it. Who cares? It was 150 years ago. Blah, 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 blah. Esau also dwelt in the clefts of the rock. There's only one people that dwelled in caves, dwelled in clefts of the rock. That's obviously the Neanderthals. Okay. So we can use the scriptures to help us identify who Esau is, as I did in the documentary. Still not convinced? Let's take a look at the Macedonians that conquered Yasharal, mentioned in the book of Esther or Ashar, and Maccabean or Maccabees. These books were removed by the Roman Catholic Church for a reason, and you will soon see why. Now, some of y'all may have the book of Esther, okay? But what's interesting about Esther, though, is they cut out, I think they stopped it, like most of your modern Bibles, I think it has 16 chapters total. Most of the modern day Bibles only go up to like chapter 9 or 10. They cut out like 6 chapters from this book. And I'm going to show you why. Okay. Because if you know about the Maccabean revolt, if you know about Antiochus, Alexander the Great, I'm telling you right now, they were not human either. All right. I'm going to show you. Let's get it. The Macedonians. Now, pay attention to this, family. This is very important to understand. And it happened after that, Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Edom or Rome, has smitten Darabayash, king of the Persians, and Madai, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Yaban or Greece, and made many wars and won many strongholds and slew the kings of the earth and went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, so much so that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted and his heart was lifted up. Okay, so this guy has a wicked way of colonization. Okay, now keep in mind the Macedonians also came from Esau. They're just like him. Esther 16:10. For Haman, a Macedonian, the son of Hammedatha, being indeed a stranger from the Persian blood. Okay, so he was amongst Europeans. I told you the original sons of Japheth were black. Okay, he was amongst Europeans, but his bloodline was completely different from these European people, and far distant from our goodness, and as a stranger received of us. So it says he was far distant from our goodness. So he was not pure like some of these sons of Japheth were. This is Esther 3:1. After these things did King Akabarash promote Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagi or Agathite, and advanced him and set his seat above all the princes that were with him. Okay, so who are the Agathites? This is where it gets interesting. Who is Agag? This is Shamuel, Rishon, 1 Samuel 15, 2-3, and verses 7-9. Thus says Yahuwah of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Yasharal, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt or Mitzrayim. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have and spare them not. But slay both man and woman, infant and suckling ox and sheep, camel and ass or donkey. And Saul smote the Amalekim or the Amalekites from Havilah until you go to Shur that is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive. Okay, so this person, this Macedonian, Haman, is from the king of the Amalekites. He descends from Timnah. Timnah is the Horite. Are y'all starting to? Oh, man. Woo. Bro, family, I'm not going to lie. As I continue to study this stuff, we'll get back to it in a second. I'm going to read some of the comments. As I begin to study this stuff, family, sometimes my mind just gets so blown how much these people have covered up. But at the same time, I understand why they did. I understand why they went to such effort to bring these things and hide these things from us. You know what I'm saying? But it all makes sense now. But let me read some of these comments here. I feel regal a lot of days and try to pray and cry to our Father daily. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Hey, that's what you should be doing. You know what I'm saying? All esteem to the Most High, Yahuwah. Kim Ali says, mine's too. Marquia says, appreciate it, Ak. We've been having power outages going in and out since last night, but there hasn't been any harsh storms or anything powerful that could cause it. Nevertheless, we are safe. All praises to the Most High, Yahuwah. Yes, hallelujah, Yahuwah, sis. I'm glad you're able to make it. I figured it might have been something technical. I'm even honestly having some issues right now with my internet right now. Like, I got my internet on, but the stream is telling me that it's unstable. I'm not really worried about it. I'm going to keep trying to go. If something does happen, family, I will come back. Don't even trip. We're going to continue to finish this. Okay. Let's keep going. With Yahusha's words being a lamp to our feet and a light to our path, who can be against us? Exactly. No one can. Windwalker says, I pray we stay in the light during these dark days. Absolutely. It's 100% imperative. We are up against some spiritual wickedness that's going on. Rylan is in the building. Shabbat shalom, Ak. I hope you're doing well. Baraka'u ahaba to you and your family, man. Much love to you, family. Morning Glow is in the building. Shabbat shalom, family. Good to see you, sis. Hope you're doing well. Let's see who else. They shall soon see the Most High was watching all along, in their judgment at hand. They feel it. Oh yeah, it's such a and I did a video about this, right? The teaching I did, which was called A Warning to the Gentiles. I was talking about how a lot of them are having these dreams about what's coming. You know what I'm saying? And they know they're getting these dreams, these visions, these revelations, and that's proof it's the Most High, because they never would want to make a mention of something where they're put in a position where they're looked down upon, or they're looked at as, something bad happening to them. They want to put that on us. But you can't deny what the Most High showing you. And the Most High, he ain't going to rule in your favor when it comes to certain things, especially the wickedness y'all have done. But if it leads a person to repentance, then I say the will of the Most High has been done. Over 100,000 have fled from America since 12/25/24. That says a lot. Oh yeah. And what's even crazier is people love to talk down on the continent, right? They love to talk about how bad it is and this and that. But yet the Europeans can't seem to stay out of the continent. They over there sucking up all these resources and oil and diamonds and gold and bedellium and onyx, all these minerals that they've had for so long. Europeans can keep their hands out of that place. And a lot of them honestly are seeing that America's falling. Babylon is falling. And so they're taking their little 200,000, 300K out of their bank account, and they're going to the continent. You know what I'm saying? And like buying land out there and trying to establish themselves out there. And I'm happy to see that, when you think about places like South Africa, who are very familiar with like apartheid and stuff like that, they're not with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like, we don't want to be around these people. We don't trust these people. They have just left a bad taste in everybody's mouth, no matter where you go, especially, places where our people are, be it the Northern Kingdom or those of us scattered across the four corners. Yaluna says, as we say back home, the eagle flies high, but it has come down and drink the dirty water. Esau too must come down and eat dirt, but they act like they live in the Shamayim. That is so profound what you said, sis. Yo, that's powerful. Wow. Whew. I'm gonna have to use that, man. That's fire. All right. So I have some videos here I want to show you guys, but I'm not quite at the point yet where I want to show it, because we still got a little bit more to get through. So let's continue. Okay. So we know that Agag is a descendant of the king of Amalek, or the king of the Amalekites. That's the better way to say it. King of the Amalekites. Therefore, a descendant of the Amalekites, not human, Horite, fallen angel blood. So safe to say, the Macedonians are also of the fallen bloodline. That's why even the inhabitants of Europe, the dark-skinned or aboriginal Japhites, were saying that these people are not like us. They're not. All right, let's keep going. So this is one of the reasons why the Most High was really angry with Saul. Saul was the first king of Yasharal, right? You had Saul, then you had Daud, then you had Solomon, and then just kind of went down from there, right? Saul was supposed to smite all of them. Okay, that's what Yahuwah said. He said their infant, their women, their ox, their sheep, smite them all. More so the humans, because they're just gonna, procreate and create more of them. He wanted them all gone because that was the judgment he had placed upon Amalek because of what they did to Yasharal on their way to the wilderness. They basically abandoned them and tried to overtake them. And Saul didn't do that. Okay. So it says, and he took Agag, the king of Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people at the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag. See, he wasn't supposed to do that. Yahuwah said, get rid of all of them. And the best of the sheep and his oxen and the fatlings of the lambs and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them, but everything that was vile and refused, and they destroyed utterly. So, as I said, all three of Noah's sons were black, including Japheth. The Caucasoid people are a result of genetic tampering with the fallen, but let's just take a look at some examples. Got to prove it. These are Aboriginal Australians. These are Japhites family. These are descendants of Japheth. It's not the Caucasoid people. Okay? These are Aboriginal Australians. Yes, they are melanated, but their features are very different than the Negro. These are the true sons and daughters of Japheth. The Caucasoid Europeans dwelled in the Caucasus Mountain. These melanated people didn't need to hide in caves. They had melanin. Okay? If you want to talk about who Japheth was, this is what Japheth looked like. You can obviously see they're black people, but they look very different than the Negro. And that's what needs to be understood. Yasharal is not like any other nation, even Africans. Some people like to compare us to Hamites. We are not like Hamites. Our skull structure is different. Our build is different. Our culture is different. Our language, everything about us is different, including the Japhites. Okay, even the hair texture, the lips, the nose, everything about us is different than them. But nonetheless, they're still melanated people. Now, why is this not mentioned to you? Why is this not taught to you? Because Esau runs the media, and sour cream supremacy is one of the most powerful things he uses to hide the truth and oppress Yasharal. We're going to get to that a little bit later on, but let's keep going. Now, these people are the San tribe of Africa, who obviously have Asiatic features. This is where your modern day Asia Minor inhabitants came from. The reason this has been hidden is because of sour cream supremacy. As I said, we'll get to a little bit later on, but you can see this is where your so-called, Asiatic people came from. Obviously, their features are different from the Negro, but I'm just trying to get into you guys' minds. Everyone on earth was melanated. These are the people that were here before the so-called white man, white woman. They came later as a result of something that shouldn't have never happened. All right? That's just the truth. I know we've been told different. I know we've been told we're nothing. I know we've been told that we're less, we're 3/5 a human and all of that stuff. But family, when you understand who you are and you have the word of Yahuwah, it destroys sour cream supremacy in itself. That's the power of the knowledge of Yahuwah when it comes to these scriptures and understanding who you are. You can destroy all of Esau's lies. That's why these heathens are raging. We're waking up. Yada Yahuwah. Let's keep going. This is also Palestinians, Arabs, the children of Yash Ma'al. So them folks you see, so-called in the land of Palestine, those are Turkic Mongols. Okay. They are obviously a mixture of people from the Ottoman Empire from Europe that came and massacred and colonized. And then you get these whiter skinned, individuals that call themselves Palestinians and Arabs. It's the same thing with the people in Egypt right now. This is all because of Esau. Because if you're able to see that all people on this earth were black, then it's not going to be hard to know that even Yasharah was black. Then it makes you wonder, okay, so it mentions slavery. It mentions them having a history of this. Then who is that? Do y'all see how much of a cover-up has been going on? It's a lot deeper than people realize. The scriptures clearly say that the Macedonians conquered many of the lands in Europe. This is why you have to understand why the sons of Japheth are always thought of as Caucasoid people, when they were clearly melanated, dark-skinned people. Also, the Moors of Europe were black melanated people too. Also, the sons of Japheth. And I talked about the Moors in the documentary a little bit. And, they taught, these wild men and stuff like that. They were fighting against them at first, but they eventually taught them structure. They taught them how to wash themselves. They taught them how to clean themselves up. They taught them mathematics. They taught them so many things. But the colonizer, they take what was taught and then they say, this is our thing. We take credit for what you taught us, and we take that credit away from you and put it on ourselves. That's the way these people think. That's the Edomite spirit, right? The pride. They exalt themselves as high as the eagle. All right. Now, let's get back to Haman, because there's something else I want to show you about him. This is Esther 3:1-6. After these things, the king Abarash promote Haman, the son of the Agathite, and advanced him and set his seat above all the princes that were with him, and all the kings and servants that were in the king's gate bowed and reverenced Haman, for the king had so commanded concerning him. But Mordecai bowed not, nor did he reverence him. Now, Mordecai was an Israelite, okay, or a Yasharali, Yahudi, more specifically, because he was from Yahuda. The king's servants which are in the king's gate said unto Mordecai, why transgress you the king's commandment? Now it came to pass when they spoke daily unto him, and he hearkened not unto them, that they told Haman to see whether Mordecai's matters would stand, for he had told them that he was a Yahudi. And when Haman saw that Mordecai bowed not, nor did in reverence, and then was Haman full of wrath, and he sought to scorn to lay hands on Mordecai alone, for they had showed him the people of Mordecai. Therefore, Haman sought to destroy all the Yahudim that were throughout the whole kingdom of Akashbarash, even the people of Mordecai. Hold on, family. I got a little bit of a cold, but I'm still trying to get through this study here. So basically, this Agathite, who came from the king of the Amalekites, wanted to be worshipped. Excuse me. He wanted to be worshipped. Mordecai was not going to bow a knee and worship him. And so he said, I'll just destroy you and all the Yahudim. And if you notice, this is very interesting because Haman was a Macedonian. And the Macedonians have a history of this. Antiochus, Alexander the Great, the Romans, every single one of them was like that. They wanted to be worshipped. Excuse me, family. Sorry about that. Actually, let me drink some water. If you read the book of Maccabees, they do the same exact thing. They go, so Antiochus, he goes into the temple and he massacres the temple. He enslaves the Yahudim. He deletes some of the women, deletes some of the children, sets up his idols in there, and then he writes this decree that they're not allowed to keep the laws of the Torah. And if they do, they will be deleted. I mean, bro, it's like when you understand all of this stuff, you see that there is a lot of things about them that are just very similar. And the only way that could actually be true is if it is a spiritual thing. Because it's not like this information is really put out there for the whole world to know. And a lot of these Edomites of today have this same kind of mindset, but they don't even understand that they match these people 100%. But it's not taught to them, because when they mention Alexander the Great, when they mention Constantine, they mention these like European figures, they always mention them in a positive way to hide that they are really the most evil, most wickedest people on this earth, which I always found to be interesting. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's keep going. Now, listen to this. This also speaks to the perversion of these people. This is Astar Esther 12, 1-6. This is one of the books they definitely removed. And Mordecai took his rest in the court with Bigthan and Teresh. All right. And 2 eunuchs of the king. Now, if you know what eunuchs are, I probably shouldn't have to explain that, but they are essentially people that, you know, decided to either by choice be castrated or, you know, were required of that if they were going to be around a king's queen and, you know, his daughter and all that stuff. So there would be no defilement. The 2 eunuchs of the king and keepers of the palace, and he heard their devices and searched out their purposes and learned that they were about to lay hands upon Artakashata, the king. And so he certified the king of them. Then the king examined the 2 eunuchs. And after they had confessed it, they were strangled. And the king made a record of these things, and Mordecai also wrote thereof. So the king commanded Mordecai to serve in the court, and for this he rewarded them. Howbeit, Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agathite, who was in a great honor with the king, sought to molest Mordecai and his people because of the 2 eunuchs of the king. This man wanted to violate the Yahudi because of something that had nothing to do with him. Is that not how some of these people are? I mean, just ruthless. Just ruthless. Like, it makes me think about the buck breaking that our people experienced, you know, during those times of slavery. It makes me think about the prison industrial complex. And when you're not going through the prison labor system, there's often things that happen to these young Black teenagers, young boys that never been in such a hardened system, that get turned out by these like neo-Nazi, you know what I'm saying, con people. You know what I'm saying? Get turned out because maybe they not the type of person that they was a good boy. Maybe they might have been raised, you know, a certain type of way, more conservative. So they haven't, you know, grew up in the hood and might have had a nice, decent upbringing. And then they make one mistake, go around the wrong people, and then they end up in a situation where some big buff white dude, you know what I'm saying, sees an innocent young Black Yahudi and says, "I'm gonna get him." There was a movie I watched. It came out in like 96. You know what I'm saying? It's just a little side note. Let me come back on the screen. So, this movie came out in 96. It was like a old, you know what I'm saying, Master P independent film that he made called I think it was called Lockdown, Locked Up, something like that. And, you know, you guys probably know what I'm talking about. But in the film, there was like 3 dudes. They were in a car. One of them was about to go to college, very smart dude, you know what I'm saying? He was doing good in life. Another one, he was young. He was kind of in the streets, but he wasn't like, you know, really in the streets like that. And so one of them had a gun in the car that wasn't supposed to have one. Nobody wanted to take credit for it. Boom, they all get locked down. Now, one of them, I think, got shot. I don't remember exactly the situation and how it happened, but I just remember 2 of them ended up in jail. One of them, the college boy, he was a very smart, educated person, but he wasn't a punk. You know what I'm saying? He'll knock you out real quick. You try to come up on him with that, you know, that homo stuff, you get knocked out or worse. You know what I'm saying? He might have been in the college, he might have been in them books, but he was a hood dude. So you're not gonna play with him like that. The other guy, he was in the hood, he was raised in the hood, but he was not as built as some people in the hood. So when he got put in a cell with this white dude, you could tell that he was like a, at some point he was like a skinhead or something like that, because he had the tattoos and everything. He baited the dude. He took a book and he was like, oh, my girlfriend sends me these, and check it out. And he threw the book on the bed, and the young dude just went and sat down and sat on the bed. And before he knew it, this other white dude came down, pinned him down, and they done took that dude's manhood. He baited him. And he was scared to fight back against him. And the dude was just constantly just destroying his dude's, mind and his body, and just doing the worst things to him. Then eventually he got fed up and he fought back, and he ended up deleting the guy. But these people, these Edomites, they get a pleasure from buck breaking you, especially when it comes to turning you into a little, I gotta watch my words here because I know how this platform is. Turning you into a little punk. I'm gonna just say it like that. They get off on that. To see you in a place of vulnerability, they get off on that. Natan Judah, 1971. It's called, I don't remember what it's called, family. It's called like Locked Out, Locked Down, something like that. It was made by Master P. He's in the movie. If you look up his movies, it came out in like the 90s. Okay. I don't suggest watching that, bro. Some of that stuff in there was disturbing as heck. Especially the scene that happened to that man. And he even talked about the film, and he said that like when he signed up for the film, they never told him there was going to be a scene where that happens to him. But he was contractually obligated to be a part of it. It's just sad. But yeah, there is something about them that is not natural to where they enjoy seeing it. Sis Shauna says that. She says they have a homoeroticism against the brothers. Read The Delectable Negro. You'll learn a lot more about how they operate and why their slaves were afraid of them. Yes, Khan. And I mentioned that in the biblical Israelite video. I talked about the Delectable Negro. I talked about the way these people think. That's what I'm saying. It's like they're not really, we're not operating with people that use logic. We're not. We are dealing with people who operate from an animalistic, beastly way of thinking that is not common amongst civilized people. Yeah, we were taught that, black skin is this, black skin is that, but we're starting to realize the only animals are them. In all honesty, bro. Because we were told we're nothing but slaves. But if you ever read the book From Babylon to Timbuktu, homie, we built whole civilizations out here. Kings, builders, stonemasons, all of these things that we were, but we were never told that. But then when you got a people that were literally crawling on all fours and eating bloody meat and wearing foliage and leaves to cover themselves up, I could see why you would present yourself as superior and you would want to hide your history so people won't know that your sour cream supremacy is really a cover-up of your own personal inferiority to us. And don't worry, we're going to get to that a little bit later on in this video too. Atari Asheral says, we got to exercise Amunah. I don't see you physically, but we hear in the same Ruach. Yes. Hallelujah. That's exactly the facts. Kim Yali says, the truth is in you to spread the good news. It's not to look or seek truth in others. This is what the Ruach is for. He who is in you is greater than he who is in the world. Exactly. It's not, that's what I'm saying. I don't really like to, put myself on a pedestal because it ain't about me, family. I'm really not about that. Like, I appreciate that you guys watch me and you guys say, oh, Yexer, you're the truth and stuff like that. I appreciate that. I do. But it's not about me, family. It's about Yahuwah. I'm just trying to prepare the sheep of Yasharal, for the coming of our king. and for our rulership over the nations, to keep us encouraged in these times, to keep us holding true to what the Most High has said. You know what I'm saying? Gather in the remnant of Yahudah, the lions. You know what I'm saying? The lionesses. That's really what I'm here for. You know, the Most High, I just want to be, I want to be in favor to him. I want to be doing what he wants me to do. You know, so I just don't really make things about myself too much. That's why you guys will hear me say all esteem to Yahuwah all the time. All esteem to Yahuwah. All right. So in a second here, I'm going to show you guys a clip that I have for you as we continue this study. Okay. So we just read that he was trying to violate Mordecai. Now, I've already showed you guys this in the Esau documentary, but once again, look at biblical Edom. This is Mount Seir on the left side. Look at Greece, Rome, Spain, France, Germany, Russia, Great Britain, and United States. The architecture that Esau and his people like is the same in all of Europe, family. In all of Europe. And, you know, the UK and plenty of other places. In some places in Africa, you can tell that the Edomites had a hand in building it or supplanting it because it has the same structure. This is what people are missing. It's right there in your face. Let's keep going. Now that we know for sure who Esau is, we need to look at the many tactics he uses to oppress the children of Yasharal. One of the greatest things itself is sour cream supremacy. This is why everything has been whitewashed, and the world has been convinced white is right. Same thing goes with Edomite Jesus as well as those in power. Now, that actually reminds me, I'm going to show you the video in a second. Everything that you see, these white deities, these heroes in these films that are all Europeans, your JC, your Buddha, everything that you've seen that puts the European on a high pedestal that they use to personify perfection or beauty or anything of that nature is all Edom. It is all Esau. Okay, these Greco-Roman deities, Esau. You got to understand, he hates the Alua of Jacob. He hates Yahuwah. That's why these religions were created, to create, a GOD for the white folks, a GOD for the Arabs. Nobody wants the true Alua of Yasharal. They want to create their own. So that's all Edom, okay? The heathens have taught the laws done away, changed the 10 commandments. They've hid our Messiah's name, whitewashed the Bible, replaced our Father's name with their pagan deities, and gave us pagan holidays. They are to blame for everything that's wrong in this world. It is what it is. You can see right here on the left side, the Roman Catholic Church literally changed the 10 commandments. Okay, they literally changed it. They rearranged them. They changed it. If you can't see it, I'm going to show you what it says. The first commandment is, thou shalt have no other Elohim before me, right? But if you look at 2, 4, and 10, they changed them up and removed them. So it says, you shall not make for yourself an idol. That's the second commandment for the biblical 10 commandments. The Roman Catholic Church changed it to, you shall not take the name of the Lord, your God, in vain. So they know that they're guilty of idolatry. I mean, the images of Edomite JC, the images of Edomite Mary, the cross, the pagan cross, all these things. This is the pride of the heathens that they literally felt. We'll just remove it. Like, what? Oh. So they changed the 10 commandment that says, the second commandment that says, you shall not make yourself a graven image or an idol. And they replaced it with, you shall not take the name of Lord, your God, in vain. But literally calling the Most High Lord or God is taking his name in vain, reducing it to nothing. Okay, so the third commandment for the biblical 10 commandments is, you shall not misuse the name of Yahuwah, your Alua. And they changed the third commandment to remember to keep holy Lord's day. Like, bro, let's keep going. I don't think I really need to show you guys anymore. Everything in this world is corrupted because the world has been given into the hands of the wicked, whose Esau's descendants. To those who descend from him, you must understand restitution. Blah, 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 blah. I've already said that. We'll keep going. All right. This is my first video clip I'm going to go to, and I'm going to show you guys something in a second. I mentioned before in the beginning of this lesson that Esau is a people, but also a ruach or a spirit. Esau is still angry about the birthright he willingly gave to Jacob for a bowl of red lentil soup. Therefore, what he is currently doing is masquerading as Jacob to get the blessings from the world, because it will never come from Yahuwah. Because these people are Caucasoid. People do not question the legitimacy of their claims of being Jacob. Another example of sour cream supremacy. This lie will establish the false Edomite Messiah. Now, let me show you the evidence of this. I have a video clip here. I'm going to show you guys of this Caucasoid woman talking about what their plans are for like this third temple and stuff like that. Now, obviously, the third temple has nothing to do with, what the Most High is going to do. But this is what the heathens.
The building of this next temple is really.
Let me start this over. Okay, family. Now, I want you to pay attention to what she says before I play this video. She's talking about, if there's a leader that wants to come that's going to bring, shalom or peace to the Middle East, just pay attention to what she's saying. She's talking about the false Messiah. Just understand that. We know when she mentions Israel, she's not talking about us. She's talking about them folk. But just pay attention, okay? Here we go.
Spoken to talk about how the building of this next temple is really going to bring peace to Israel and to bring safety from all her enemies. And so in that way, I can see that any maybe leader that would be raised up or somebody that would be able to bring the nations together, especially those who might align with Israel.
Did you hear that? Some guy that will be raised up, some leader that will be raised up to bring the nations together. I know some people say they don't believe in like a third temple, not so much so that, they don't believe in it, where like it's not actually going to happen, but they just don't believe in it to a sense that it's not going to happen physically. It's going to be like a spiritual thing. No, there's going to be a physical one. This is part of the great lie. This is part of the establishment of this Edomite Messiah that they're going to say is from the line of David. Okay, it's going to happen. They're literally, I mentioned the red heifer cows earlier. They shipped them from Texas because they're about to do a ritual, a purification ritual for this temple that's coming. They're doing all this right now. And this war that's going on out there, this is part of it. Okay.
That there might be some agreement that the temple could exist there and this person could be set up in the temple. So one group is doing a design more like Herod's temple, and it would be on the Temple Mount, and I don't believe that they would have a mosque that would be there.
Okay, family. So you heard what this woman said. They believe that this man, this leader, or whatever they want to call him, is going to bring some sort of peace to the so-called Middle East. And that's why there isn't any right now. It's not so much so because the true people are not in the true land. And like I said, I don't believe that's the land. Some people disagree with me. That's fine. But I mean, the fact that they were literally looking at several different locations to establish this land proves it's not the land. Where's Mount Zion at? Where? Because it ain't there. The Most High said the land is desolate. That's probably something we got to get into a little bit later on. But she's saying that this man is going to establish peace between the nations, and he's going to set himself up in this temple. This is what these movies have promoted, these Christian movies. If you think of like Left Behind, You think about Left Behind, you think about all these different Christian movies, Christian theology. Now, you got to be careful about Christian theology because there's a lot of lies in that too. There's definitely a lot of lies in Christian theology. So you got to be careful about that. Be able to kind of discern what's the truth and what's not. But that's something that they're going to do. And that's part of this deception that they're bringing forward, so just keep that in mind. But this is the lie that Esau has brought forward to make people believe these are the people of the book. The Most High done brought Yasharal back. He done restored us as a nation. And this is how the world is going to be fooled in accepting this false Messiah. It's actually really, really, really deep when you really understand it. All right, we're going to keep on moving. Now look at this. And these people wonder why I don't feel any love for them. I don't like these people. They're trash. They're garbage. I said what I said. This newspaper article is when this rabbit went viral for publicly coming out and saying this about us. Now, you notice they don't say this about anybody else, not even the Palestinians. I mean, not in this way. But when it comes to us, hey, it's free speech, man. This is the pride of Esau, family. This is the pride of Esau. You got to understand, he doesn't care about the other nations because the nations are already in his hands. And if he can get the nations to turn against Yasharal, he could care less about them because they're in his hands. But, that's just what it says. Let me read some of these comments here. Malkiyah, do not believe it'll be with spaceships. Project Bluebeam, we came by water, we'll leave by water, ships of Tarshish. Thank you, sis. I don't believe in this spaceship thing either. That is another lie. Okay, if you look at Ezekiel, because some people try to use Ezekiel to say those chariots are talking about, spinning circular discs. Listen, the Ophanim or the Aphanim that are mentioned in the Bible are angels. They are literal Malachim. They are angels. They are spinning wheels with eyes covered round about. They're not actually literal spaceships. Why would the Most High Yah need spaceships to bring us into the sky to take us home? Now, I do believe the ships of Tarshish, right? That makes sense. We came by water, we'll leave by water. The ships of Tarshish is mentioned in scripture. The spaceship thing is part of the Project Bluebeam deception. Don't fall for it. They want you to be looking for spaceships. There's actually a movie that they dropped not too long ago. Actually, it was a while ago, but it was like in the 70s, I think. But essentially, the movie was about black people, aliens coming here because they want to deal with black people. And so in order for the government, to realize we don't want to be destroyed, we'll just give them the black people. And so they were using us as bait to stop the aliens from coming here to conquer and destroy everything. So if Project Bluebeam is something they've mentioned, or not so much Project Bluebeam, but a so-called alien invasion, quote unquote, because there's not aliens, there's fallen angels. If that's part of their agenda, why would you think that the Most High would send it by his hand? Y'all don't understand y'all enemy enough. That's the problem. And I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about these people in these camps. Because I see the camps pushing this all the time. I see them posting images of the Black Messiah, the Most High. You're not even supposed to be making images of him to begin with. But I see images of him with spaceships in the sky, spaceships behind him. This is the falling away that I'm seeing. A lot of people are just giving heed to heathen doctrines and mixing doctrines of heathens or the ways of the world with the Bible. You can't do that. Elijah was taken up into a chariot of fire. It was a literal chariot. Chariots are horse-drawn. Pharaoh was chasing the children of Yasharal with horses on a chariot. Matter of fact, in the Sea of Reeds, horse bones were found. Chariot wheels were found. Human skeletons were found. We got to start using common sense when it comes to the Bible. It doesn't have to be as complicated as people make it seem. I love my fro is in the building. Shabbat shalom, sis. I hope you're doing good. I'm glad to see you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. They will be eating these words sooner than later. Absolutely. I can't wait to see it. Yes, but they have the Neanderthal gene. Yeah, of course they do. What all big and loud on that newspaper? Doe. Yeah, they don't care. Listen, when you realize who these people are, the things that they do won't surprise you. You know what I'm saying? It won't, because you just understand what they are and who they are. And once you understand Esau, bro, nothing he does surprises you at all. All right, let's get back to this. I got some more video clips. I actually have a little bit of a movie I'm going to show you guys, and that has a lot to do with Esau's pride, because I've noticed that this movie is being censored, and this movie, it got to do with the Bible and the judgment of the heathens. Obadiah, Joel, Deuteronomy 30 verse 7, it's about that. And it was supposed to be released, but they are suppressing this film. And there's a good reason why. And I'm going to show you guys it in a second. Hold on a sec. All right. Let's keep going, family. I've also mentioned that this Edomite spirit has affected many of the Yasharelim or Israelites. This is where you get your tap dancers and those who make excuses for these folks, either because they are unlawfully married to them or have been programmed through Esau's media to hate their own. Some good examples of this are people like Candace Owens, Jesse Lee Peterson, and Officer Tatum. Now let's watch a few clips of this. So I actually have some clips here I'm going to pull up. I'm just going to share my screen real quick, and we'll take a look at some of these videos here. So this first person, I've talked about him before, but Jesse Lee Peterson, he is one of the biggest tap dancers I've ever seen out here. And it's a lot of them on the conservative side, but he's on a whole nother level. So let's see what he has to say.
All right. No, I've often said that thank God for slavery, because, had not, then the blacks who were here would have been stuck in Africa. And you see how bad Africa, everybody and mama trying to get out of Africa and come to America. And so God has a way of looking out for folks, and he made it possible by way of slavery to get black folks into this country.
Okay. All right. Enough said. Enough said. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is essentially what you get with the Republican Party, especially for black people. And I see so many people saying I'm voting for Trump. And I keep talking about this, family, but it just irritates me, because it's very clear a lot of our people do not realize how these people think about you, including the people that look like you that have subscribed to this Edomite spirit. And that Edomite spirit is strong on that side because it's filled with Edomites. It's filled with his descendants. And it's the same way with the liberals. With the liberals are a little bit more, they're a little bit more covert with their racism. You know what I'm saying? I'm laughing because Marquillah's like, beta. Bro, if anybody's a beta, it's him. If anybody's a beta, it's him. Because there was a video that came out not too long ago that this dude is low-key a sausage swallower. So, I mean, they love to point fingers at everybody else being something, but it's a lot of homos on that side too. Let's just be real. Left wing, right wing, or two wings on the same bird. Exactly. It's just pointless. And like I said, why should we desire heathens to rule over us? Christianity is the spirit of Edom. Yes, it is. Matter of fact, while we're talking about it, I'm going to show you guys another video clip here. And this is talking about the image of JC. I'm going to get into that a little bit more in this study, but I'm just going to show you guys this video clip real quick. Let's take a look at it. This is Black Man. He's very, very pro Yasharal, not so much knowing the truth about who we are, but he's always been, you know, like an abolitionist, and he fighting, speaking on our rights and speaking on the effects of slavery on our people, the psychological effects it's taken. Let's take a look at what he says. I thought what he said was very profound.
Relationship between images and self-esteem. And he goes all the way back to Tarzan, to Superman, to Rambo, to Batman, to even painting the image of Jesus Christ as white. I mean, you can't separate racism from anything. So it's not unlikely then that you have Pope Julius commissioning Michelangelo in 1505 to paint Jesus Christ white. Images control self-esteem. Abraham Lincoln found out very early, when you have 300 slaves on a plantation and one master, it takes a lot of work. Why don't you let them go? But don't teach them who they are. Control their history. Control their images. Then you won't have to watch them. Whoever controls the mind will also control the body.
Let's talk about
whoever controls the mind also controls the body. That's where it all started, really. How do you really break down a people that were created so special, specifically by the Most High, made in his image? How do you break down everything about them that's magnificent and get them to hate themselves enough to where they think that the evil that you're doing to them is justified, where the things that the evil things that you're doing is helping them? You have to break down their whole idea of beauty. You have to reshape their perception of what they perceive to be good and perfection and so on and so forth. And the greatest way they did that was Jesus, the white JC, the Edomite Jesus. Now, going back to the conservative thing, just in case anybody wants to vote for Trump that might be in here, take a look at this. Just so you know what kind of people these people are. I ain't gonna say nothing. Take a look.
About could I put amendment on that? It would include hanging by a tree also. And also I would like to sign on to your bill, sir. Thank you.
well then.
Okay, so you got a Republican senator literally suggesting we bring back the hangings. I kid you not. This is not a game, family. This is how they feel about you. And, you know, back in the time that went viral, black people weren't really thinking about voting for Trump. But this is the type of stuff that needs to be seen. This is the type of stuff people need to be waking up to. All right, let's see. I do have some more clips here, but we're going to save some of those because I got more stuff to show you. All right, let's keep going. Let me full screen this. All right. Esau is over the entertainment, music, fashion industry, and all facets of Hollywood, as well as your educational system and all religions. This is why we have all been taught wrong about everything. The reason why this, okay. All right. This is the part where I want to show you this movie. Okay. So there is a movie, or not a movie, actually a series called, I can't say it, so I'm going to just type it in the chat. All right. That's the name of the show. It was a series. It was supposed to show up on Amazon Prime. Okay. And it basically depicts them folks as the ones who went through what our people went through. Okay. That's the movie or the series. Well, unfortunately, you can't find it anywhere. It's not on Amazon Prime. You can go and look for it. You ain't going to find it. But thankfully, I have it. And we're going to watch some of it. But I had to do some editing on the video because it says some certain words that I don't want the algos to pick up on. So I'm going to just kind of hide some things. And if you hear like, you know, muting in it or anything like that, it's just because I had to take out the music and stuff like that. But let me just show you guys this movie, family. We're going to take a look at it. They censored this movie because they don't want to face the reality. They don't want to face the reality of Isaiah 14, Joel, Obadiah, and everything that's coming to them. If anything, I feel like this movie would have been a great way to wake up and understand what's coming to y'all. But see, Esau is so prideful. He said, nah, don't remind me what's coming to me. No, please don't. So let's look at it. Let me share my screen. I got the video pulled up right here. And like I said, I did some editing. So it's not going to be like, I kind of edit out some things, but we're going to take a look at it. Give me 1 second. Share screen, window. All right, family, here we go. And let me know if you can hear it. If you can hear it, give me a 1 in the chat, okay? All right. I don't know if it's going to let me play the audio, but we'll try it. We will try it. Can y'all hear that? Let me know if you hear it. Give me a 1 in the chat if you can hear what they're saying. All right, y'all can hear it. Okay, good. So I muted that part because there's music playing, okay? These 2 white people are in the car, okay? And this black dude drives by, and look how pissed he is because his car says Black Lives Matter. These are Trump supporters, okay? This is, now just pay attention and you're going to see what ends up happening, all right? I muted it because of the music, so don't worry, everything works. It's just I muted it because of the music. Skip it. All right.
How's it going? Is there a problem here? Yeah, my car overheated. Hit 100,000 miles. We'll sitting there falls off. You should get a better car. You step out. It's actually my grandfather's car. Really? Yeah. We live in Florida for tonight. Well, good for you. It's real sweet. Yeah. You can help me out? We can help you out, really. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, monkey. You broke out on the wrong road. You know radicals welcome here. Why would something radical that we have to get over? Looks like you're having a bad night.
Okay, so you guys saw what happened. All right. I feel like even if you can't hear the audio that good, right, you can see what clearly happened. His car broke down. The white man walks up to his car, starts confronting him and making, throwing shots at him, talking about get a better car, this, that, blah, blah, blah. And then, the black dude's like, okay, so, can you help me out? He literally lifts up his shirt. He shows the swastika tattoos and all that. And then he just starts welling on him. And then that white woman that's with him takes that bottle and braces it in the back of his head. And he just starts firing on the dude. Okay. So, that's pretty much what was shown here, just in case the audio might have been a little faulty. All right, so I skipped past that. Now we're going to go to the point. So let me just explain this. I got to walk y'all through this so it can make some sense. So after that incident where he beats up that Yahudi black male, okay, he ends up going home, and it was kind of weird, but like these hooded men show up at his house and they take him to this water hole, and he gets dropped in there, and then he wakes up and somehow he's been transferred back to, the 1600s, the 1600s, where this slave trade thing was going on. However, it's a lot different than the way our people had to experience it. And that's what we're going to look at right now.
Better watch yourself, monkey.
you guys are seeing everything okay, because I'm looking at it from my phone and it looks like it's kind of buffering a little bit. Let me know if you guys are seeing everything okay, because it looks like it's buffering here. I just want to make sure everything is good, because I see some stuff here that's might be buffering a little bit. I just want to make sure everything's good. It's buffering hard. Okay. All right. Dang. Okay. This is what I'm going to do, family. I'm going to go back to my screen and I'm going to go and I'm going to play the actual video clip from the internet, because I'm doing it from my desktop and that's probably why it's kind of faulty like it is. So don't worry. I have the video clip here too. Let me just pull it up. Now, if you guys want to watch this, you're just curious and you might want to actually watch this film, it is on Daily Motion. That's about the only place I could find it. You're not going to find it nowhere else. Excuse me. It's on Daily Motion. So if you go on Daily Motion, you will find it. Just type in the title. I can't say it out loud because I know what they're going to do. But the movie is on there. Now, it was supposed to be a series. So there was like several different episodes that they had put together. But unfortunately, it got canceled because, I mean, you can see why. You can see why that happened. It's certain things that they don't want people to see. But what's interesting, and I'm going to show you guys in a second, how many like petitions and stuff that they brought forward to hide this from us. They put these petitions up talking about, oh, we shouldn't make this movie. Oh, we shouldn't release this movie. It's not good for this movie to be out. But y'all didn't have no type of energy when it's all these slave movies depicting us. As soon as the shoe is on the other foot, Esau wants to cry and whine about, take it down. And, I'm going to say this, bro. Some of the stuff in this film, I don't rock with, because you got to understand it was made by white men. So there's still their perception on certain things. All right, let me see. Okay, I got the video right here. So let me share the screen and I'll share it with you guys. It'll be better quality, but I got to be careful about some of the words in here. So let's get back to it. Hold on a second, family. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
What you looking at?
Okay, I got to be careful because he uses that word that them people don't like. So, I got to be careful about that. So I'm going to just kind of skip through some stuff here. I want to show you this. Look at this, family. This is what's coming to them. And I know they may not want to accept it, but it won't be until the Most High judges them that they'll see it. Look at this part. Look at that. This is what's coming to these people. They never thought in a million years that this is something they would experience. These are the type of dreams they are having. These are the type of things the Most High is showing them. This is why I'm telling the nations. I'm warning you. I'm pleading with you to put past your feelings, what you think, what you ascertain about what you've been taught, and accept the truth and accept servitude to us. Because what the Sabians are going to do to you, there is no righteousness to it. It's going to be worse than what y'all did to us. And the Most High is going to allow it. We got to keep warning you. Let's keep going. All right, now the next thing I'm going to show you guys is the scene where he is being sold on the market. Now, this particular scene you've probably seen on like TikTok and stuff like that. I'm going to just show you that real quick.
Around, we have our auction to have this buck cracker. This big buck cracker is very healthy, very strong, from Western Europe. I would like to start my bidding at $1,000.
I'll give you $1,500 for him.
Mr. Jackson, you can't keep coming up here trying to buy my product before everybody else.
Really?
Yes,
Well, let me ask him.
very well.
Now, am I being unfair to y'all?
Nah, we ain't say nothing like that. Nah, we ain't say nothing like that at all.
Uh-huh. Wrap him up.
Not so fast. I'll give you 1,600 for him.
Oh, well. Seems we have ourselves an auction here.
1,700.
1,800.
1,850.
1,900.
3,000.
Ooh-wee. My cracker worth 3,000. 3,000 going once. Mr. Wayne, going once. 3,000 going twice. This cracker sold to the Jackson plantation.
Wrap him up. That's my cracker.
Well, cracker, you're not my problem anymore. I just made $3,000 off your cracker ass.
Jackal.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, family. When I saw this movie, I was dying when he said that. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was hilarious. But yeah, like you can see now, there is another scene in this film that was controversial amongst white people because it shows a buck breaking. I'm not going to show it on here because honestly, even like knowing what it's showing, this is my issue with this film. It was made by white men. Okay. So it almost depicts black people as our people that are white people for no reason, which kind of gives credence to these false IDs or these false ideologies where they say that, you know, black men go after their women and all this goofy stuff that they try to pin on us. So it shows a scene where this one of the white males is being buck broke. They take like a broom and like shove it in him. You know what I'm saying? And then they take his wife and then they violate her. And, you know, it was a little much. I would not wish that evil, nor would I want to do that evil to these people, because what Yahuwah is going to do to them is going to be a way worse than anything I could ever do. So I'm not vindictive in a sense to where I want to do these things. You know what I'm saying? The Most High, oh, he gonna make sure it's a good judgment. He gonna make sure they got the message. He gonna make sure they gonna regret rejecting his people, hating his people, oppressing his people all these years and getting away with it. The judgment the Most High is going to bring, the righteous judgment he's going to bring, let it be so. I'm waiting on the day because I deal with these folks every single day and they're not going to change. Most of them are not going to change until it's already too late. It's not going to be until they start getting gathered up, chained up, sold, and then the reality is going to hit them in the face. You know, just like that scene that you guys saw where he was looking and he saw that person hanging. You could just see that look of realization on his face. But look how prideful he was when he was just beating up that black man who did nothing to him. These people are so prideful that they just don't believe that there's recompense. And it's not until that recompense falls on you. Like, look at him now. He looks like a whole different person. That tough guy, you know, personification he tried to give off is gone. Because ish just got real. Yeah. So, you know, this is just how these people are. So you can't really expect them to, like, even with this information I'm bringing out, even with what I'm revealing, you can't really expect them to like 100% just jump on board with this. Now we're going to take a look. That's all I want to show you from that. I'm going to close that out. Now, Another thing I want to show you guys is some of these articles here. Let's look at the petition that they put up to cancel this show from being screened or streamed. We're going to take a look at that real quick. Give me 1 second here. All right. This is the petition. Now, this is the film. This is the thumbnail for it, or the cover, I guess. 1,000 gold signature and 591 signatures were put down. And we're going to read what they say. Keep in mind that this movie was supposed to drop in 2020. It's 2024. Okay? Obviously, they didn't want this out. This is what this person said. Kathy, Amazon has announced their intent to release the movie titled CRACKA, which depicts an alternate history in which Black people enslaved whites in early America. The content is very disturbing and totally insensitive to the climate of our nation and the world right now. Do you see how they only think about themselves? Do you see how it's only about how they feel? How do you think we feel with what you guys have done? With the movies you produced, with all the rap music that you guys have benefited from, all the Black businessmen that have been ripped off, all the inventions you've stolen, the very same people that look like you that have stolen our identity and claiming to be us and receiving the blessings of the world. And we're supposed to care about your white fragility? The trailer shows a white man with neo-Nazi tattoos being transported back in time to a version of America in which he's enslaved by Black people. Title card reads, they took our breath away. What if we took yours? You are our daughters. What if we are yours? You stole our freedom. Now we steal yours. This left-wing film. You see? This is the way these people think. They either put it into a left-wing or a right-wing context. And that's what Hashatan has done with politics. We can't really look past either Donald Trump or Biden, left or right. And most people on the right wing, they automatically assume if you're Black, you're liberal, unless you know, a tap dancer like Jesse. You know what I'm saying? Then it's like, oh, we love you. This left-wing movie glorifies violence against white people and will only serve to create a more toxic environment and decide to promote more violence towards police and white people. You know what? I think it's funny that she's saying that because it says that it promotes violence towards the police and towards Caucasian people. But the problem is, how long have they promoted it against us? So now that we're fighting, listen, we don't need a movie to fight against it. And I'm not telling you guys to fight against the police or white people. Because listen, I'm not saying you shouldn't defend yourself, but just understand the law is on their side. So just be careful. You know what I'm saying? Just always understand there's always going to be them people until these curses are fully reversed. They still have the upper hand when it comes to the law. So just be careful. I'm not saying you shouldn't defend your family. I'm not saying if you know, a white man threatens your beautiful Black woman, you shouldn't lay the beat down. I'm not saying you shouldn't. Do it. I would. But I'm just saying be careful because they got the law on their side. But the thing is, they're saying that this promotes violence and hatred towards police and white people. But these are the same people who have done nothing but this to us. And I just find it interesting that it's really just about how you feel and what you think, but you won't even call out your own. I can't help but wonder if the timing of this movie is deliberate and intended to add more fuel to an already volatile environment. Guess what? The heathens created the volatile environment. The heathens, the white man, the Edomites, they created race. They created discrimination against people with darker skin. They created segregation. They created Jim Crow. The Oklahoma massacre, 1921. You know, putting us in the back of the bus, forcing us to do that. Civil rights era. Tuskegee experiment. Esau is the reason for the hatred. He's the reason for racism, period. Y'all are the ones to blame, not us. And now y'all get mad because, you know, we're fighting back against it. We're fighting back against the lies. We're fighting back against the indoctrination. It's crazy. I'm seeing if there's any comments. Someone said, I'm only signing this so I could say everyone else who signed this are clowns, pathetic little snowflakes. Yes, I'm white, but I'm not a little snowflake. This movie doesn't bother me. Grow some balls. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if I don't like something, I'm just not going to watch it. Like, I ain't going to waste my time. I'm only signing this to say, y'all mad, huh? Bet y'all ain't petition African Americans depicted as slaves like we were. Weirdos. Facts. Yeah. Somebody said, why should it be banned? Is your mind so simple and fragile that you can't simply handle a simple role reversal? Slavery happened, and it happened by the hands of many Europeans. It was cruel, inhumane, and pure evil. We haven't, nor will we ever forget. So please know that one movie or a series about white people enduring the same thing. Okay, I don't know what happened. It just cut me off. Oh, enduring the same is not going to incite anything more than what we already feel about many of you. Not all, but many. You need to walk on the other side. How cowardice of you try to ban this series. I would pay money to see it over and over again. You're weak, shameful, pathetic. I wish nothing good for you, and that's putting it kindly. So, I mean, obviously you can see Yasharal shining through these comment sections in this. And I agree with what they're saying. Like, you shouldn't be upset. You shouldn't be angry. You shouldn't be bothered so much by this where you want to literally get it canceled because you disagree with what it actually says. Like, I mean, like I said, just don't watch it. But the fact that you want to go to this extent to try to hide it just proves fragility. It proves white fragility. All right. So that's that. We're going to stop that. Let me come back to the screen. I have some more stuff I want to show you guys here, but we're going to get back here. And then I already told you guys that it has been removed from Amazon. If you go to Amazon right now, Amazon Prime, you will see that it says that the movie is not available in your watch location, but it doesn't really matter where you are. You will not be able to find this video at all, except if you go to Daily Motion, which is where I watched it at. But just to prove that, I'm going to just show you real quick. Look at that. This video is currently unavailable to watch in your location. It was supposed to be a whole series, family, and it's obviously being suppressed. And like I said, you have to look at the people in power. You have to look at those who have an agenda not to let this movie be seen. Have an agenda to say, we're okay with black people being depicted in that way, but please not us. That should be very, very telling about how these people think. All right. So anyway, we're going to move on. We're almost done with this study, family. It's been a great study. Let me just read some more comments real quick. I know I've been going on for a little bit. Really, it doesn't matter. It's written. The curse is what it is. We got ours. Now they're going to get theirs from the same Most High. Exactly. There's no running away from it. Be as harmless as dove, wise as a serpent. Facts. Yahuwah said revenge is his. Yes. This is epic, even for helly weird. Yeah, it is. But, you know, the thing about it is, this is not a huge Hollywood production. This was an independent film with, I think, some independent film developers that came together to get this done. But there were so many. Hollyweird is the reason why this film got censored. The real people behind Hollywood didn't want this movie out. The guy who made it said it was his intention to get this whole film in the theaters. They would never let that happen. All right, let's see. We won't be like them at all. Absolutely not. That's one thing I have to tell people. Despite how I feel about them, despite the wickedness of these people, one thing I don't want to do is become like them. I don't want to follow in their footsteps. I don't want to become a byproduct of what they have done to us as a people. And so I always have to remind myself of that. They furthered the affliction. Exactly. They took it too far. They pushed it way beyond where it needed to go. You know, the Most High was angry, but they did way too much. Nuclear war, forced V's, zombies, slavery, AI, fallen angels, famine. Yah is not mocked. Facts. That's all the heathens. That's all them. That's all Esau. Straight up. Is this to me, Mashbaka? I walk my dog every day. They speak when they I don't think that's mean, but I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. You might have to reword that, Sister Luna. I don't understand what you mean by that particular comment. They're going to captivity crying like babies. Yep. The unrepentant ones, they're going to get what they get. They have prospered through pure wickedness and will eat the fruit thereof. Absolutely. Okay, here she goes. She said, walking dog every day. I see their fragility. They speak to my dog and they ignore me. I laugh at them out loud and I don't respond to their greetings anymore. I say my precious voice, Yah's gift. You know, that actually has some truth to it. The fact that they connect more with your dog than you, that says a lot to me. I mean, straight hair like a dog, crawled on all fours like a dog. Need I say more? Let me stop. All right. Okay, I'll just read some more of these comments. Darkeem Yah is in the building. Hey, shalom. Shabbat shalom. Hope you're well. What about the movie from the 60s with Bellon Fanta? I know I didn't know the name right. Same type of movie role reverse. There was a movie I did hear about. I gotta look it up. Yeah, I gotta look it up, but I think I know what you're talking about. Can you put the chat where the movie can be seen? For some reason, it will not let me show the chat while I'm showing these clips. I don't know why it's like that, but unfortunately, I'm not able to do that. Where can we watch the movie again? All right, family, I'm about to put the link in the chat. All right, but I'm just going to warn you. There is some disturbing stuff about this movie, especially the buck breaking stuff. Like, granted, it's not us, but just that them trying to portray like that's what we would want to do to them is just bothersome to me. So I'm going to just post it in the chat right now. All right. You guys should see it. Okay. This is the video or the whole series. It's 30 minutes. And honestly, there are some things about the movie that didn't make sense. But, you know, you got to just chew up the meat and spit out the bones. I think there was probably some work that could have been done on the movie to make it make more sense in certain areas, especially where the dude went into the lake and just ended up in this different time frame and everything's reversed. It just didn't really make a lot of sense. But family, this is the link to the movie if you want to watch it. Or not the movie. I keep saying movie. Salaki Yahuwah. The show, the series. This was supposed to be the pilot episode and it was turned into a whole series, but they obviously put the halt to that. F.O. Judah is in the building. All esteem to Yahuwah. Good to see you. Shabbat shalom. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Yeah, that's true. Come on, fam. Search for the flick on your one. We don't want them pulling it down before we get to it. You got to be swift to survive this battle. I mean, they're not going to pull it down because this website, Vimeo, that they have it on, it's been on there for a while. They're not gonna take it down. YouTube would. Some of these other platforms would, but that thing has been up there for a while. And that's what I'm saying. I just sent the link. So if you guys want to watch it, go ahead. But I'm just gonna warn you, there's some stuff there that's kind of bothersome. Shalom, bro. Hey, what's up, Ak? All esteem to Yahuwah. Yo, Shabbat shalom, family. Good to see you, Ak. Good to see you. All right, family. We're going to continue on. We're almost done with this study. I don't want to get too sidetracked here because I still got more stuff to show you. All right, let's keep going. All right, so I said Esau is over the entertainment, music, fashion industry, and all facets of Hollywood, as well as the educational system and all religions. This is why we have all been taught wrong about everything. The reason why the series Cracker was banned is because the heathens don't want to be reminded what's coming to them, what's written, especially when it comes to Kazun, Revelations 13:10, Isaiah 14:1-2, Deuteronomy 30, verse 7, as well as the book of Obadiah and Joel. Very simple. Esau naturally hates the Alua of Jacob, Yahuwah, as well as the Messiah that came from Jacob, Yahusha, and of course the people he came from. So Esau has built his kingdom by doing everything he can to corrupt, destroy, and lead astray the children of Yasharah, whether it's mainstream hip-hop music, which is just another form of sour cream supremacy, glorified, promoted, and pushed. Then, of course, you got the buck breaking. People wearing dresses. You got Jamie Foxx wearing a dress. You got this cat, I don't know who he is, black man wearing a dress. Like I said, they get off to buck breaking you. And they do it in many different ways. But as I've said plenty of times, family, mainstream music is sour cream supremacy. If it has you talking about killing your own, deleting your own, destroying your own, it's sour cream supremacy. Because that's what they want for us, to be deleted. But they use our own people that are obviously under the curses, obviously living in poverty, obviously never had a lot of money. And they offer them an opportunity to promote destruction of our people. I'm praying for Yahuda. I'm praying for our people. Because unfortunately, you know, money talks. And to get out of certain situations, there's certain things our people will do just to have a little bit of an easier life. We got to be careful about that. This system was created for that purpose. We got to keep that in mind. Esau has made you hate yourself and everything about your physical features, your skin color. This is where you are seeing skin lightening products. Now, obviously, you guys see Megan Good on the left. I'm not gonna lie, family. I had a thing for her, bro, since Friday. Since the ice cream truck scene. I always had a thing for her. I always thought she was beautiful. She was gorgeous. She just had this swag about her. I was just like, bro, man. You know what I'm saying? From the very beginning. But when you look at her now, a lot of these celebrities will deny that they're lightening their skin and stuff like that, but they are doing it because the darker you are, the less opportunities you get in this wicked Edomite system. The more you look like Esau and his descendants, the more opportunities are afforded to you. That's not to say that there are not black people or darker skinned people, darker melanated people that get roles. You think of like Wesley Snipes. You think of, some of the African, Lupita Nyong'o, and a lot of these like African sisters and men that get these roles and stuff like that. You look at Black Panther and stuff like that. But most of the time, when it comes to black males and black women, they are most of the time given stereotypical roles to push this manufactured culture that they have given the Yasharelim. Now, this girl on your right is a TikTok woman, TikToker, and she went viral by doing these like, what do they call them? Non-playable characters. I don't know, where you just basically sit on camera and make all these weird noises, and you do these like character impersonations. And when people looked at her on these TikTok videos, they assumed that she was light-skinned like this is how she looked. But when she went on the award show, it actually showed that she was a darker skinned woman. But that just goes to show she had to finesse the TikTok algorithms. Because listen, family, I'm not kidding you. Even these algorithms are racist. They only push the Edomites more, or the lighter skinned, Yasharelim. So when they saw her in her final, her actual form, they were blown away that she's actually a darker skinned woman. You know what I'm saying? And she had to finesse the algorithms by using this filter to make herself appear more lighter skinned. This is what this system has done. Even the algorithms are working against you, Yasharal. They are. And I'm probably going to have to do a study on that, because that goes deep. It goes very, 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 very deep. All right, let's keep going. Esau has made you hate your hair. Do you not realize you have the strongest hair in the world? These Europeans wish they had your features. So why do you try to look like them? Black women and black men that want to straighten their hair, want to lighten their skin, want to look like these people, do these European hairstyles. Why? Do you not realize that you were made in his image? He called you perfect from the beginning. He said he made man and it was good. You, black woman, you, black man, you, black child, were made in the image of the Most High himself. He said, come, let us make man in our image. That doesn't apply to everybody else. I know everybody says, well, you know, God made me this way. Did he really? Or do y'all come from something else? Anyway, we have the strongest hair that there is. Even when you think about the Yasharelim and the Israelites, you think about Samson, you think about Daoud, you think about Yakazakal, you think about many of them, you know, some of them had dreadlocks. Our hair naturally, you know, locks up into dreads. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to do anything to it. So when I see these ish people claiming to be us and they have them little pigtails hanging off the side of their head, I'm like, that's not a lock. Like you literally had to go get a curling iron or something to get that done. You don't comb your hair, it just naturally locks up into locks. Like that's just our hair. Our hair texture is different. But we were told it's not good enough. And that's why I really wish our people would stop trying to look like these people when they're trying to look like you. And I'm going to show you that in a second. Let's keep going. Most of all, Esau has made you hate your women, your men, and your children. The Bible says not to mix with other nations. Stop tainting your seed, Yahudi men. Stop defiling your womb, daughters of Zion. You are a Kadash people Yahuwah has chosen for himself. The Yahudi man's seed is only for the Yasharali woman. I'm going to say that again. The Israelite man's seed is only for the Israelite woman. Period, point blank. Stop mixing. And I'm going to show you scripture in a second because this needs to be made clear. This is just happening too much. And people, and I think honestly it's because people don't understand what the word says about this. And that's, I mentioned this before, but I said I'm gonna have to bring it out today because this is a form of Esau. This is what he's done. There was a movie that you guys probably watched called They Cloned Tyrone. And They Cloned Tyrone, what happened? He said assimilation is better than annihilation. And what they were planning on doing is eliminating the black race and making them become Europeans, assimilating, becoming one of them. This is Esau's agenda to do this. Because if you notice, this is being pushed more than it ever was nowadays. It's everywhere. It's hard not to notice it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you look in the movies, you see it. You look in the films, you see it. You look in, you know, TV shows, these like family TV shows, all of this stuff. Anything promoted by the Edomite media should always be a sign of something you should avoid. But we're going to take a look at what the scripture's saying. We're going to prove this once and for all because there is no argument. All right? If you continue to do this after the truth has been revealed, woe unto you. Woe unto you. This is Azara or Ezra 9:1-2. Yasharah and the priests and the Luyim or the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, doing according to their abominations. Even the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. For they have taken of their daughters for themselves and of their sons, so that their Kadash seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands. Yea, the hand of the princes and rulers have been chief in this transgression. Yahuwah called it a transgression. One more, though. I don't even need to keep reading this, but I'm going to keep going. I got more. This is Azara Shalashi, 3rd Ezra, 8:69-70. The nation of Yahshua, the princes, the priests, the Luyim have not put away from them the strange nations of the land, nor the pollutions of the other people, Canaanites, Jebusites, Moabites, Egyptians, and the Edomites. For both they have and their sons have married with their daughters, and the holy seas mixed with the strange people of the land. And from the beginning of the matter, the rulers and the great men have been partakers of this iniquity. So In first Ezra, it's called a transgression. And in third Ezra, it's called an iniquity. And this is talking about right here, it's specifically talking about the Levites. The high priest were struggling with this a lot. But there's more examples of this. Let's keep going. This is Dabiyahu or Tobit. This is chapter 4, verses 12 through 13. Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a woman of the seed of thy fathers, and take not a strange woman to be your wife, which is not of your father's tribe, for we are all the children of the prophets. Nuach, Abaram, Yatshak, Yakub. Remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all married women of their own kindred and were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land. Now, therefore, my son, love your brethren and despise not in your heart your brethren, the sons and daughters of your people, and not taking a woman of them. For in pride is destruction and much trouble, and in lewdness is decay and great want, for lewdness is the mother of famine. This is Bamadabar, Numbers 25, 6-8. And behold, one of the children of Yasharal came and brought unto his children a Midianite woman. Now, listen to what happens. This is not a game, family. He brought a Midianite woman in the sight of Masha, and in the sight of all the assembly of the children of Yasharal, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And when Panathiach, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aharon, or Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the assembly. He took a javelin in his hand, and he went after the man of Yasharal into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Yasharal and the woman through her belly, so the plague was stayed from the children of Yasharal. You see that? They deleted him and her. This is what Yahuwah required. If you mix with these other nations, you would be deleted. So, as you as an awakened Yasharali, you think that the Most High changed this because of the grafting in? Because other nations are being allowed to come into this? No. The Torah doesn't change. The Most High doesn't change. Stop mixing with these nations. Stop doing it. And like I said, I'd have been down that road before. You know what I'm saying? I ain't ever got married and had a baby with them or nothing like that, but I dated this white girl for a little while. But I saw enough in 7 months where I said, this ain't it. This ain't it. This is not the move. And I'm thankful to the Most High. I had enough control over my urges, enough control over myself not to, basically open myself up to doing a great transgression like the Most High mentioned. Having mixed children and mingling my seed and defiling everything that in my seed that is Kadash unto the Most High. My seed is meant for an Israelite woman, period. And that's all men. And the beautiful Israelite woman, your womb, your body is meant for the Israelite man. That's the way the Most High wants it to be. And we got to keep it that way. We're going to keep his commandments. We can't pick and choose which ones we want to keep. We should be keeping them all. All right. Let's keep going. All right. This is Azara or Ezra 10, 1-3. Now, when Azara had prayed and when he had confessed, weeping and casting himself down before the house of Aluah, there assembled unto him out of Yasharal a very great assembly of men and women and children, for the people wept very sore. And Shekan-Yahu, the son of Yaka'ah, one of the sons of Elam, answered and said unto Azara, we have transgressed against our Aluah and taken strange women of the people of the lands. Yet now there is no hope in Yasharal concerning this thing. Now, therefore, let us cut a covenant with our Aluah to put away all the women and such as are born of them. Wait a minute. So it's saying that they said we're going to put away the mixed children that came from the strange women. That says a lot, don't it? And as are born of them, according to the counsel of Aluah, and of those that tremble at the commandment of our Aluah, and let it be done according to the Torah. So there was obviously a separation that took place when you had children that came from these mixed marriages with these other nations. Now, I know some people say that you are what your father is, which is true in a sense. right? You are your father's seed. So if your father is Yasharal, then you're Yasharal. But that doesn't mean we should still break the commandments of the Most High because of that. You know, we just shouldn't do it. If the Most High said don't do it, that should be enough to make you not do it. This is Jubilees 30, verse 9. They shall stone him with stones, for thus has it been ordained and written in the heavenly tablets regarding all the seed of Yasharal. He who defiles it shall surely be deleted, and he shall be stoned with stones. It's clear. There's nothing more to say. And let me just check out the comments here. I'm interested to see what some people are saying. I'm going to read some of these comments real quick before we continue. Malkiyah says Satan has been trying to eradicate the seed of Yasharal, but y'all chose it from the beginning and said no. Absolutely. And that's exactly what he's pushing now. He's trying to tune us out. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's essentially what Esau wants to do. You know, he wants to make us look, our children look like him and his people, to mix us with that Horite seed. And that's another thing. Do y'all really want that? Hey, listen. Do y'all really want Neanderthal DNA in your children? Something that's not natural. Something that comes from some wicked beings that did something the Most High didn't like. Come on, family. After watching that documentary, there should be no excuse to be messing with these folks. All right? The Most High don't consider the mixed children. That doesn't mean that they don't get salvation. That's for everyone who keeps the laws and receives Yahusha. Google King Solomon's Island. Yeah, I'm not saying they don't get salvation, but the Most High did say that they can't enter the congregation until the third or fourth generation. So that's why I'm just saying, why even do it at all? Anybody can get salvation, right? As long as they accept Yahusha, they accept the Torah, the laws, the commandments, and you know, everything about that. But you know, that's not to say mixed kids can't be saved, but it's just there is a way that has to be taken care of when that decision is made. And that's why I'm bringing this out now, so people can understand why you just shouldn't do it, period. You know, you should be a pure-born Yasharali, and your children should be able to enter the congregation. Your wife should be able to enter the congregation as one. You know what I'm saying? Not like, oh, you got to wait to third, fourth generation. Like, nah, bro. It's just, yeah, that's all I'm saying. The woman has some influence on their children. Even if the man is Hebrew, they are taught that sour cream supremacy. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like when it comes to these white women, black men, we got to be careful, because these white women lust after us like no other nation. And I'm not saying it's just white women, it's all nations, but these white women, they have a lust for melanin. I was just telling my Ock this the other day. I was like, bro, I just see the way they look at me. You know, I was telling my girl, you know what I'm saying? I was just like, bro, the way they look at me, these women, and just that lust in their eyes, and I just look like, ugh, I'm good. Like, I mean, I'd be like, nah, bro. They have a natural lust for melanated brothers. You know what I'm saying? And so you have to be careful, because a lot of times, if you even give them the time of day, even talk to them, they could be plotting against you. And there are even white women that have come out and said, I want a black man because I need one. They need one because they realize that a lot of them are dying out, going, you know, their birth rates are dying out, going low, decreasing. They realize that the black man's seed is the strongest there is. We're fruitful, we multiply, right? According to the scriptures, we grow in great numbers. They need us. No other nation can do that, but we don't need them. That's the thing. You don't need them. You need that black woman. And I'm going to prove to you why the black woman is superior to any other woman on this earth, and why it shouldn't even be a thought in your mind why you want to mess with the Neanderthal nation. I don't understand why you would, but I'm going to prove that in a second, because I'm about to prove that the black woman is superior to every single woman on this earth, especially the Israelite black woman. And I'm going to show you that right now. Let me just read through some of this. Solomon had 700 wives, 300 concubines. You know they had children, most definitely. But that's where Solomon messed up. You realize when it came to Solomon, when it came to Daoud, their greatest transgression was when they started messing with these strange women. Linux is Satan's seed. Facts. Nathaniah Judah says absolutely not. Yes, definitely not. That's a bad idea. Okay, do you want that in you as a woman? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, even black women, I mean, like, why would they want a white man's seed in you? Like, bro, like, I mean, I can't even think about that in that situation because I never thought about it like that. But now that you're presenting it in this way as a black woman, why would you want that, dude? Like, okay, I'm gonna go to the next comment. I can't even wrap my mind around that right now. I wasn't ready for that. All right. The mixers typically hate their black side of their families, especially when their mothers are of cave beast DNA. Absolutely. And that's why you see a lot of like black women. It's a form of the self-hate, but you know, they don't like their hair. You know what I'm saying? They hate their features. They hate their Negroid features, but they like their Caucasoid features. There's even something that we do sometimes as black people, and I don't think we realize we do it, but we do it almost subconsciously, even when it comes to jobs and stuff like that, where if we have like a white employer, sometimes we might kind of want to clean up our language and our presentation. Like how I'm talking to y'all right now. If I was going to a job interview, I couldn't talk like this. I'd be like, yeah, so, you know, I'm really excited about this job and this position. And, you know, I bring forth the best vicissitudes that this company would want. And honestly, I have a great productive work ethic. And I'm very punctual and I'm always on time. And I just think that I'd be such a great selection for the company. Like I have to be something I'm not. Now, like I'm very articulate already as a black man, but even sometimes the black scent on top of the articulate diction is still going to be something they don't like. So sometimes you have to change up your whole swag as a black man just to even get your foot in the door. But I've gotten to a point where I stopped doing that. When I came into the truth who I was, I stopped doing it. I said, if they don't want to rock with me, to hell with the crackers. I'm not going to change up who I am to please the colonizer. I don't owe that to them. I'm not going to change anything about myself anymore. And so I stopped doing it. And I would encourage you to stop doing that too. All right. All right, y'all. We're going to continue on. Right, but we change our ways to make them feel comfortable. I've been done with that. You're not invited to my barbecue. Absolutely. Don't change up who you are. Don't change up who you are. You are who you are. Yahuwah made you special. Walk in that. Walk in that. Just got new neighbors from Edom. The way you said that, August, hilarious. The first day they called the police on us. Oh my gosh. Bro, I got so many stories, of this happening. It's just terrible. B. Smith, I agree with B. Smith. I witnessed personally. Let me see what B. Smith said. Give me 1 second. I'm scrolling up. Oh, I didn't even see what B. Smith said. Family, I'm looking for it. I didn't see what they said. Oh, right here. A lot of them, even to the third generation, is still mixing with the heathens. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like once you get started, it's hard to break that cycle. So why even begin with it? As parents, like, okay, so I don't have children, right? You know what I'm saying? Not yet. Me and my girl are planning to get married a little bit later on this year. And, you know, we're obviously looking forward to having children. And she knows she's here in my lives, you know, and she knows where I stand on this. She knows what my beliefs are. She knows what it is. And she knows about these folk. And, you know, we are very pro-Afrocentric, pro-Yashara. We won't have it any other way. And she was smart. She was even, her minds were open enough to even say, I never wanted a white man. I never wanted that. She was even shocked when I told her I've been with a white girl before. She's like, what? She's like, I never wanted that. You know what I'm saying? And even when she told me that, I was like, bro, this is like in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? When we first started talking, I was like, I like her already. You know what I'm saying? So, all esteem to Yahuwah. Ryland says, wicked media like Disney promotes mixing. Yes, it does. And you will notice in a lot of these Disney movies, you're seeing a lot of the interracial thing going on. And always remember, the world never promotes the ways of Yahuwah. They promote the ways of lawlessness, the ways of the Most High don't like. And that's what you always have to be, you know, aware of. But we're going to keep on going. Thank you so much, beloved. All esteem to Yahuwah. All right. We're almost done with this study. I'm going to keep on going, family. We're almost there. All right. All right, let's keep going. Okay, so we're reading Jubilees 30:11 through 15. And do you, Masha, command the children of Yasharal and exhort them not to give their daughters to the other nations, or not to give their sons or any of their daughters to the other nations. For this is abominable before Yahuwah. It's an abomination. I mean, he said the same thing about homosexuality. You can liken this to that. It's just as bad to him. Mixing. Yeah, stop it. For this reason, I have written for you in the words of the Torah all the deeds of the Shamalim, which were brought against Dinah, and the sons of Yaqub spoke, saying, we will not give our daughter to a man who's uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us, and it be a reproach to Yasharal, to those who live, and to those that take the daughter of the other nations. For this is unclean and abominable to Yasharal. And Yasharal will not be free from this uncleanliness if it has a woman of the daughters of the other nations, or has given any of his daughters to a man who was in any other nations. For there will be plague upon plague and curse upon curse, and every judgment and plague and curse will come if he do this thing. Okay, so you wonder why some of our Yahudi men are still having problems? Still not really able to fully understand some things. Still, these people in these camps, why they still under the strong delusion? They're marrying these other nations because the camp leaders have told them that these so-called Puerto Ricans and these Hispanics and these Native Americans are Yasharal, when really they're Europeans mixed with those so-called people. But you don't see them going after the Afro-Hispanics, wanting to marry the Afro-Hispanics, the Afro-Dominicans. Those are all Yehuda. That would be lawful. But y'all want to marry the straight-haired ones, the light white-skinned ones, the non-Negroid ones. That's why I'm saying the judgment of the Most High is coming up on these camps. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of things they're teaching, a lot of things that's false, that go against scripture. And I talked about that in my last study that I did, which is about, knowledge and why too much knowledge can be dangerous. And Yasharal will not be free from this uncleanness if he is a woman of the daughters of the other nations, or has given any of his daughter to a man who's of the other nations. For there will be plague upon plague and curse upon curse, and every judgment and plague that curse will come. If he do this thing, or hide his eyes from those who commit uncleanness, or those who defile the sanctuary of Yahuwah, or those who profane his Kadash name, then will the whole nation together be judged for all the uncleanness and profanation of this man. So you see, if one person does it, all Yasharal suffered in those times. That's why we have an obligation to warn our people about this great transgression against the Most High. You know, and what these white people will do and these other nations will say, that's racist. Oh, the Most High is not racist. It's not about racism. We're different than every other nation, and I'm going to prove that in a second. Our seed is Kadash. We are the seed of Abraham. When Yahuwah chose Yasharal for himself, he didn't want any of the nations having anything to do with us. That's why we were Kadash, which means separated, or what they say in English is holy. We were not like the other nations. He said, don't worship the way they do. Learn not the way of the nations. Don't worship their deities the way they worship their deities. We were completely separated from every other nation at the time. That's how he wanted it to be, and that's how he still wants it to be to this day. All right? This awakening comes with sacrifice. And when you love the Most High, there is nothing you won't do. Period. Let's keep going. Yahuwah made you in his image. But Esau told you Yahuwah's image of perfection, he called you good, is flawed. Their genes recessive. Yours dominant. Love yourself, Yasharal. Love yourself the way Yahuwah does. These nations want to be you. There would be no white culture without black. They copy everything you do. And you can see you've got tons of images of the Neanderthal nations. Hairstyles like us. There's Justin Timberlake at the top right there with the braids. You got this white woman here on the bottom left with braids, Kim Kardashian. You got this, Annie Oakley lady right here, with the braids on the side. Now this lady here on the far right, this image of her is her when she was younger. She was originally a white woman. They want to be like us so bad. This woman done literally took melanin injections to make herself look like a black woman. So I ask you, why do y'all want to look like them when they want to look like you? Do you not realize they see your perfection? That's why they hate you. That's why they got a problem with you. Family, this is why they hate you. And so how could Esau fix that? By making you hate yourself and want to look less like the Aluah, Yahuwah, who created you, who made you in his image, whose son came from amongst us, who looked like us, had nappy hair just like us, melanated, dark skin like us, hair like wool like us. What could be better than that than the Messiah that walked this earth looking like us? Hallelujah. I'm not ashamed of none of my Negroid features at all. And you shouldn't be either, because obviously these nations want to be you. Love yourself. Love yourself. All right. The black woman is superior to every single nation on this earth, especially the Yasharali woman. She is not like the other nations. Only melanated women can produce children of any color. They have what's called the Kuya gene or the Eve gene. The black woman is superior, period. Okay? So it says right here on this meme, scientifically, the black woman is the only organism that possesses the mitochondrial DNA that has all the variations possible for every different kind of human being on this earth. We're talking about blue eyes, blonde hair, you know what I'm saying? All these different traits. Because you can even see Negroid children, Negroid people. You might even see Negroids with like hazel eyes and stuff like that, right? Now, some people might say, well, I mean, I thought the Neanderthals and this and that. I mean, in a sense, that is true. But you got to understand, there has been some mixing that has been taking place. But one thing that is known for sure is that the black woman had to have been Eve. Eve had to have been a black woman, because in order for all these other nations to come, every human being that, aside from those that came from the fallen, right, the descendants of the fallen, every other human being to come out of her or come from her, she would have to have been a black woman. We've been told that Eve was a white woman, but that can't be true, because white women cannot create children of any color. They can't. Only black women can do that. And off top, that makes the black woman superior more than any other nation. And the scriptures agree with that. And I'm going to show you, but I'm going to even show you not so much just the black woman, but the Israelite black woman. All right, let's take a look at that real quick. This is Shamuth, or Exodus 1:16. And he said, the Pharaoh, when you deliver the Abari, or Hebrew women, and see them on the birth stools, if it is a son, then you shall put him and delete him. But if it is a daughter, she shall live. But the midwives feared Aluah, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, and kept the male children alive. So the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said to them, why have you done this and kept the male children alive? This is what the midwives said to Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women, for they are lively and give birth before the midwives come to them. So even the melanated Egyptians of the time knew that these Abari Israelite Hebrew women were way different than them. Black woman, you are superior. Israelite woman, let me take that back. Israelite woman, no matter what they told you, you are superior to every single woman on this earth. That's the way the Most High made you. Anybody that disagrees with that, they disagree with his word. Don't you ever let these colonizers, the Neanderthal nation, or sour cream supremacy make you hate anything about your magnificence and beauty. You are the epitome. You are the epitome of melanin perfection. Don't you ever forget that. Daughters of Zion. Period. Okay? We got to uplift our women out here, man, for real. I always let my girl know how much she matters. The Yasharali Negro, male, is the fastest, strongest, most creative, and powerful individual on this earth. Esau told you different, but the Bible doesn't lie. So what does the Bible say about the Israelite male? Actually, you know what? Before I get into this, let me show y'all this video. Before I get into talking about the male. Diamond Wilson just sent super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Wow, that's my first super chat. All esteem Yahuwah. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, family. Okay, so before we get into the Yasharali male, I actually have a video here that I want to show you guys. Now, in all honesty, this video is kind of disturbing, but it shows these causacoid individuals basically trying to get these black women to sell their eggs to them. You probably have seen this on social media. It's been getting around a lot out there. All right, but we're going to take a look at this video. These white men, these Edomites, are literally admitting that black women have a genetic perfection that they have not seen in any other race. This is what I mean when I say, when you realize who Yasharal is, it's so easy to destroy sour cream supremacy. This is what they didn't want you to know. This is the danger that comes with the awakening of Yasharal. All right, let's take a look at it.
The stem cell technology that Peter and I are investing in is called SCNT, which takes the egg of a young, perfect woman specimen, takes the egg and takes out the nucleus and puts our DNA in the nucleus. They just go in and take it out.
It's painful, right?
Huh?
Is it painful to use this?
Yeah, a little bit. And this is part of this genetic greatness that we don't see in any other race on the planet. These curvy, sexy black women from Africa. You girls have a kind of a monopoly on this genetic perfection, and we want some of that.
You hear what he said? We want some of that. This is why they can't leave you alone. This is why you hear about so many black women being kidnapped, being TRAFFI. Okay, you know what I'm saying. Kidnapped, coming up missing, black young boys coming up missing. They got the underground market for our organs and all this stuff. Bro, they know. They know how different you are. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. This is why they got the plasma centers, you know, in the hood where our people are, because they know that there's something in our DNA that's different from everybody else. Okay, before I continue on with this video, Diamond had a question. She says, "Hi, family. I'm new. Do I pray to Yahweh or Yeshua?" Okay, so sister, here we use the true names of our Father and his Son. Okay, so the Father's name is Yahuwah. Okay, and if you look in the upper right corner of my screen, you can see that's his name in Paleo Hebrew, Yahuwah. And I have a video called "The Many Misconceptions of Yahusha HaMashiach," who is the Messiah. That's the Messiah's name. I would highly suggest watching that because it'll give you a little bit more understanding of the true names and stuff like that based on the ancient Hebrew, because I know there's a lot of variations out there. But matter of fact, before I continue, family, give me 1 second. Let me just post this video in the chat, because for people that are just coming into this YouTube channel, I just want them to be able to see this. So let me just post this in the chat. And like I said, beloved, this video is just going to be able to help you kind of understand, the true name. Because like I said, I know it's a lot of people saying it's this and that and that and this. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. All right. All right, I'm just going to post this in the chat. And, when you get a chance, just watch it. It's one of my biblical study videos. And here we go. Let me post it here. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, family. So this is the video you can watch if you want to, Diamond, if you want to watch who Yahusha is and how to understand the true names and so on and so forth. Okay. And thank you so much. The whole truth to help me out. Thank you so much for, the super chat. It's very much appreciated. All esteem to Yahuwah. All right, let's get back to this video, family.
So, girls, for $100, we will pay you for your egg.
No, you $100? Monkey.
You are.
You can get paid a lot more than that.
So how much do you want for it? Let's bid. I bid $500 for whatever I bid, he's gonna outbid me. I bought about $60,000 worth of eggs. Yeah. If you have abortion, that's very valuable. Umbilical cord, and placenta, even your period blood is so rich with stem cells. We regard it as waste.
Okay, you can see right there how uncomfortable they started to get because of the things that he was saying to her. He was talking about, time of the month, fluid. He said, because this is what these heathens are doing. Because the Israelite woman is so superior, what they're doing is they are taking her time of the month, fluid, the chromosomes and the stem cells from a unalive, deleted Hebrew child, and they are injecting it into their body. This is how they believe they have found the road to immortality using black women's genealogy. This is why you shouldn't mix, family. This is why you shouldn't mix with them. Do you see how wicked they are? They can't be trusted. Yahuwah said, never trust thine enemy. You gonna take it for what it says or not? I'm showing y'all this because I want you to understand how important it is to stay away from these people. And they know how to talk deceptively and say all the right things to make you trust them. But you can see, especially when they got money, it's never for a good reason. It never is. And then on top of that, even if you do want to offer, someone for their eggs, he's talking about $100. And this man is a billionaire. That's almost a slap in this woman's face. But then when you look at what he's saying, look how uncomfortable they look. They were laughing and joking at first, and just kind of like listening to what he was saying. But then look at the reactions of these women when they're continuing to talk about what they really want.
That it actually should be. It should be captured. It's recycled, and it shouldn't go to waste. It's life for somebody, and it's life for mankind. One of the best eggs are 16 to 18 years old. Those are the best.
They just look so uncomfortable, family. I mean, and he's just like, oh, well, you look at it as waste, but it shouldn't go to waste. And I'm just like, devils, bro. Straight up devils. And that's why I'm glad a lot of our people are realizing the real dark, sinister process of what happens when a woman decides what they call women's rights, which is not about women's rights, homie. Listen, they only care about helping their own, and they'll do it at the expense of the black man or the black woman. Because it's only about building up Esau. It's only about building up the Edomites. That's why he said, just like sis right here, praying for Ali Shah, said, life for mankind. When they say mankind, they're talking about them and their Edomite constituents. It ain't for mankind. It's only for them. But they try to make you feel like you're doing something good for the world, but that's not the truth. Straight up devils, homie. All right, let's get back to this. All right. So I said that the Yasharali Negro male is the fastest, strongest, most creative, and powerful individual on this earth. He dominates everything he sets his hand to because he is blessed by Yahuwah, be it music, sports, television, art, etc. Esau told you different, but the Bible don't lie. This is Shamuth, Exodus 1, 7 through 12. And the children of Yasharal bore fruit and increased very much, multiplied and became very strong, and the land was filled with them. Then a new king arose over Mitzrayim or Egypt, who did not know Yusuf or Joseph, who was king at the time. And he said to his people, see, the people of the children of Yasharal are more and stronger than we, or mightier and stronger than we. Come, let us act wisely towards them, lest they increase. And it shall be when fighting befalls us that they shall join our enemies and fight against us and shall go up out of our land. So that they set slave masters over them to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh supply cities, Phatham and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they increased and grew, and they were in the dread of the children of Yasharah. So even, once again, we have the same people, the same Egyptians, basically confirming what I'm telling you, that the Israelites were nothing like them. They were completely different. The Hebrew women, the Abari Israelite women were not like them, nor were the Hebrew Israelite men like them. We are very different from every nation. And that's why they're jealous of you. That's why they want to buy your eggs. That's why they got an underground market where black men get kidnapped. Like that film. Oh, bro, perfect example, family. That movie, Get Out. I know y'all seen it. I know y'all seen it. Get Out, bro. When he was being auctioned off, or before he was actually being, or when he was auctioned off, and he woke up in that room, Chris, I believe that's what his name was. When he got auctioned off, and he was in that room, and they did that played the little video, and he was talking about the, the formula where they basically, I forgot what was the word he used, bro. Oh, I can't remember what it was called. Father, help me. I can't remember what it was called, but he basically was saying that, why black people? Why do y'all do this to us? And he said, well, maybe somebody just want to be stronger. Maybe they just want to be more cooler. Black is the new thing. And it's like the way they look at us. They want to be us, family. It's just the truth. I can't say that enough, but I feel like I've proven that already. And I mean, I wouldn't say that that's actually true. It's not actually true like that. They can actually literally transplant brains and all this other stuff. No, but I do believe with technology, with the Edomite technology, the fallen technology, they will be able to do certain things like this. Because it's not so much your body that they need, it's your mind. And there was a show I used to watch called Black Mirror. I stopped watching it because it started to get kind of weird for me. Hold on. Hebrew Raps just sent a super chat. All esteem to Yahuwah. Good looking out, family. Good looking out. I appreciate you, family. In Black Mirror, all they needed was a tiny bit of your DNA. And they could literally take your consciousness and put it wherever they want. Thank you, Marquia. Thank you so much. The coagula. Thank you. That's what it was called. He said, behold the coagula, the transplantation process. And so I think that was indicative that they were talking about taking your consciousness and putting it in a different place and overtaking your body. So do I believe it's possible? Maybe not in the bloody way that it was done in this movie. But do I believe it can be done? Absolutely. Because you think about the hospitals, they collect the black woman's blood more than anybody else. Same thing with the black man. I talked about the plasma centers collecting DNA. That's why I'm telling you, family, if you are serious about, trying to find out where you come from, what tribe you come from, listen, be careful about going to these DNA centers and sending in your saliva and all that stuff. Because that stuff is being documented, tracked. It's being put into a database. and it can be used against you. I know I'm Yasharal off the strength that these curses been under me all my life. Period. I know that I'm a descendant of the slave trade. I've seen the psychological effects now that I got, you know what I'm saying, waking up to the truth of who I am, doing all the research on what once was, according to these heathens and what they did to our people. I can see how it's affected our people hundreds and hundreds of years beyond that, far removed from those situations. You see the psychological damage of slavery that's taking place, even amongst my father. You know what I'm saying? My own dad, who is a Yasharali. So, I mean, I was curious to go back and track where it comes from, but I just don't trust that it's run by the Ish people. I don't trust it at all. Let me see what Markiyah says. She says, my husband said they just did the first head transplant recently. What? Oh, wow. Ooh, boy. You can't really put nothing past these people, family. You really can't. You might think something might be a little bit extreme because maybe it's put in a movie, but a lot of times there's a lot of truth to these films. But at the same time, I do believe that it can be a combination of that, an actual transplant, but also a mental one. So we got to really, really be careful out here. Let's see. Morning Glow says Texas outlawed the A word. I can't say it out loud, but PP still a word all over the country, even if their headquarters in Texas, but all that's the sour creams. Yeah, exactly. That's all them. Listen, family, that is literally just the triple K rebranded. That's all it is. Because if we go back to the scriptures, I'm probably gonna have to do a video on this. The Yahuwah been pulling me to do more teachings on the parallels between the Negro and the Yasharalim, because when you think about what they were doing to the children, even back in Egypt, they were throwing babies at alligators. You read the book of Jasher, they were unaliving Hebrew children. It's the same spirit. That's what I'm saying, family. It is a ruach. A lot of these things are spiritual. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. Praying for Ali Shah says, a white woman in Texas just filed a lawsuit about the DNA test done at the birth not being destroyed and sold to companies. Exactly. And me and my girl, when we get married and we end up having children, we have some decisions to make, because I don't trust anything about putting my child's name into this system. I don't trust anything about birth certificates. Everything that my parents willfully went along with, I feel very differently about. And I'm not willing to just do all these things. Not when my children are involved. Knowing this system, knowing who runs it, I'm not interested in going along with the get along. And I understand there's a lot of complications that come with that, but how can you really go along with it when you understand who the enemy is? Jasmine says they even do the donate your blood at school. Exactly. That's just another form. I saw a video yesterday where these white people were passing out these flyers to these high school black girls about the A word with, you know, PP that I just talked about. And like the school administrator, who's a black lady, she was like, don't pass that to them. They're kids. And she's like, well, we have a right to give them. I said, no, don't you give anything to them. Because what they're trying to essentially do is encourage these young girls, these young black, beautiful daughters of Zion, that if they are, or if they when they become sexually active, the first thought that comes to mind if they get pregnant is to unalive that Hebrew child. They're passing it to people in our community, but not their own. That irritates me, dude. By the way, that reminds me. This is a bit of a side note. You know what? I'll save it to the end of the live stream. I don't want to get too sidetracked. Your birth certificate is a bill of a sale. That's exactly why I feel kind of reserved about when I bring children into the world, doing things a certain kind of way, because I don't trust this system at all. I just really don't. Judah says, yeah, they did a so-called brain transplant by adding a computer chip. Yeah, you've got that too. This is what I'm saying. It can be a physical transplantation, but it can also be a mental, digital transplantation. And if they got tech inside of you, that's really all they need to get total control of your mind, body, and even the things that you think. I tell people today, why do you think they would do with our blood? They need 5 vials of blood to test you for blood pressure and cholesterol. Right. It doesn't require that much. They're studying it. They're paying attention to it. Yep, I have the video of the head transplant. All right, I'm probably going to look it up, family, and we'll probably go live tomorrow, and we'll have a discussion about it. We'll do another call-in show. So make sure you guys come back tomorrow. We're going to definitely talk about some deeper stuff. All right, family. We're going to get back to the study, man. I don't want to get too sidetracked. We're 4 hours in. This has been the longest live stream I've ever done. It's crazy how when our women have babies, they just take the placenta. Now I see from the video why. Yep, there it is, Ak. It's all making sense now. All right, family. We're going to get back to this. We're almost done with this study. Here we go. All right. So the Yasharali man, the Egyptians were admitting the Hebrew women and the Yasharali men were mightier than them. The men they were increasing. No matter how much they oppressed them, they continued making babies. They continued multiplying. That's the greatness the Most High put in us. And the Hebrew women were not like the Egyptian women, not like the other nations. They were lively, but just bringing babies, just bringing babies, just bringing babies, just bringing babies. You are special, Yashua. Don't you let nobody tell you different. We got the Bible on our side. So when they want to bring out that sour cream supremacy, you make sure you remind them who this book is about. All right, let's keep going. Yahuwah created man in his own image. Man created a God in his own image. Maccabees Rishon, 1 Maccabees 3:48, and laid open the book of the law, or the Sefer, wherein the heathen has sought to paint the likeness of their images. And you can see right here in the upper left screen, you've got a ish person painting the images white. Esau has no intention to honor Yahusha, so he created an image of one who represents the descendants, his descendants, who is JC. The Macedonians who besieged the temple were the ones who whitewashed the images in scriptural times. This is still being done today because of the Edomite spirit and hatred of Yaqub. We talked about the Macedonians earlier. These are the people who are not who are descendants of Amalek and Timnah the Horite and all of that. They're the ones who whitewashed everything. So the fact that you still have people pushing this replacement theology, pushing the white Jesus, I call him cheese and rice because, I mean, you know, that's what it is. I don't even like saying the name. Like, I don't believe in no cheese and rice. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? But the Macedonians were the ones who whitewashed the images. And we can still see that Macedonian, Edomite, Horite spirit is still in place to today. They want to whitewash everything. They want to wipe us all out. You see what they're trying to do to Black history. And even Black historical characters that they can't deny existed, they want to change them up. How many times? Let me ask y'all something, Yashara. Let me ask y'all a question. How many reports have you seen come out that supposedly what the heathens are saying is that Malcolm X was gay? I don't believe that, not even a little bit. I feel like that's something they're doing to taint his name because of how great his impact was. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to reconfigure these Black historical figures to fit a mold that will make us not respect them or to look down on them. That's exactly what they're doing with Malcolm X. Yes, family, I kid you not. They are literally saying that this dude was one of them, like he was gay. Bro, there's no evidence of this. And he is of Islam. Now, I'm not a Muslim. I'm an Israelite. I'm a Yasharali from the tribe of Yahuda. But they have a very, Islam has a very, very cutthroat religious belief about homosexuals. They don't rock with that at all. If you are one, it's lights out. Period, point blank. So it wouldn't make sense that Malcolm X would have such a strong presence in that religion if he was that way. And if he was, it would have been exposed by now. These are just things that they're making up. You feel what I'm saying? And we gotta, I just, people need to stop just believing things with no proof. All right, so that's the whitewashing. So we know the Macedonians were the ones who did the whitewashing. And it would make sense because their descendants are still doing that. Now, let me show y'all a video from TikTok about how these people feel about a black Messiah, just to show you how much hatred they have.
Woo, y'all mad. Baby, we took him when he was white. We got superpowers now that we know that he's black. The great falling away has already begun. Hallelujah.
So that person literally said, well, they called him God, but they said if the Most High is black, you can have him. Do you see the double standard, family? When I was a Christian, I believed the white Jesus to be the Messiah, so I didn't have a problem if he was white. I'm like, well, if he's the one that died, then cool. I had the Jesus, you know what I'm saying, the Jesus piece, you know what I'm saying, back when I was in them streets, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I had all of that. But you notice when it comes to the Edomites, it's not the same level of respect. It's not. They will never accept him. I mean, at least the majority, right? That's how you know there's a double standard with these Edomites. There's something way more wicked on them, right? And that's really what you got to understand with the mindset of some of these people. So I beg you, Yasharal, do not try to argue with these heathens and prove who you are. You don't owe that to them. If they're willing to learn, they're willing to look at the scriptures, all esteem to Yahuwah. But you don't owe them an explanation as to who you are. They're going to find out sooner or later. And by the time they do find out, it's going to be too late for them. The FBI said they wanted to prevent the rise of a black Messiah. That's what they tried to do with Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, and many others. However, the true black Messiah that's coming back, there ain't no stopping him. Yada Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. There ain't no stopping Yahusha. And he's coming with a sword. Barak Yahuwah. All right, let's keep going. I got this meme right here. It says, why does this color matter? Because the heathens lied. And on the right, it says, Yahusha returns. And this white woman says, no, why is he black? And I said to all you Edomites, you will be in for the fight of your life because you will constantly be at war with your own biological and spiritual inhibitions. As I said, the Edomite spirit is not just, a people, a bloodline. It is also a spirit. To accept the truth that you may be saved, but Yahusha can cleanse you of that Edomite spirit, but you must submit to him and Yahuwah wholeheartedly. Off top, you will struggle against the flesh every day because in your body, in your genes, in your build, you have a natural affinity to hate Jacob. And the media helps substantiate that. You're going to have to fight against that every day if you are of this bloodline. And that won't be easy. But if you believe in Yahusha, he can cleanse you of that. But you got to understand, there can't be even a tiny bit of hate in you if you want to make it into the kingdom. It won't work. And you have to get this right before the day of Yahuwah, before the Sabaeans, you know what I'm saying, take who they going to take. This has to be done now. This is not something you can just sit and say, okay, I'll wait, maybe another year or so and just see if I see more proof y'all are the people of the book. No, you need to fix this now, family. So you Edomites and heathens and other nations, this is something you need to fix right now. It's not something you want to wait on because the Bible says Yahusha comes as a thief in the night. You don't want to wait until the day of Yahuwah comes and your fate is already decided. The Most High already knows the heathens he will spare. But unfortunately, it won't be a majority. It will be a minority that will be spared. Just to make sure you're amongst that minority. Replacement theology is not accepting the truth. Denialism is not accepting the truth. Making yourself equal to Yasharal is not accepting the truth. Telling people who his people are doesn't matter is not accepting the truth. Using the true name and holding to an Edomite Messiah is not accepting the truth. Because some of the people say, I believe in Yahusha, and y'all still over here posting in images of Caesarea Borgia. That's not holding on to the truth. That's holding on to a lie, mixing it with the truth. And half a truth is still a lie. Thinking you will not have to serve Yasharal and pay restitution is not the truth. Denying you are Esau is not accepting the truth. Trying to absolve Yahusha of his Abari or Hebrew heritage is not accepting the truth, because a lot of people like to say, oh, well, he's Hebrew, but so what? I mean, I don't speak English. I mean, I don't speak Hebrew, so I don't need to say his Abari name. His Abari name doesn't matter. And I can, mix him with Grecian paganism and Macedonian culture because, that's just what I want to believe. Like, no, bro. This Bible is about Israelites. The whole book is about Israelites. When you're reading the words of the prophets, you're reading about Israelites. You're reading about Yahweh's love for the Israelites, the chastisement of the Israelites. This whole book is an Israelite Black history book, period. And since it's so-called Black History Month, make sure you're reading that Bible, because that's your history. Black man, Black woman, Black child. Boasting against the natural branches is not accepting the truth. These very things can get you denied by Yahuwah and sold to the Sabaeans into literal slavery, which is why I say all of these things that you are dealing with and that you are confronted with, you have to get right with Yahuwah, okay? One thing needs to be made clear. Yahuwah has been merciful enough to allow you to be saved, but you are being grafted into our nation through Yahusha, who was originally sent for us and coming to our Alua, Yahuwah. Yahusha's only way to Yahuwah. But our inheritance is not the same as yours. You get salvation and an inheritance. Yasharal gets salvation, redemption, an inheritance, and rulership over all nations. We will not be weary or labor another day in our lives. You have to stay in your place as a Gentile who became a grafted in Hebrew. But this does not make you Jacob, because I hear people say all the time, well, I'm a grafted in Israelite. You're not a grafted in Israelite. The Bible says you become the seed of Abraham. Spiritually, you become the seed of Abraham. So spiritually, you become a spiritual Hebrew, but you don't become spiritual Israel. There's no such thing. There's no spiritual Jacob. We are the covenant people. The covenant people have even been established before Yahusha was born. That never changes. You do not become Jacob. That's what I'm saying. Our redemption, our rise, and our inheritance and rulership is not going to be what you're going to get. You will get something that's less than. That's not to say that, you know what I'm saying, it's not still honorable. You're making it to the kingdom. You avoided destruction. You avoided the Sabaeans. You still get eternal life. You still get the tree of life. You still get all the benefits of the kingdom. But understand, there's a rise of Yasharal, a redemption of Yasharal, and a rulership of Yasharal. This is not given to the Gentiles or the Edomites. It's only given to Jacob. All right? We are the original covenant people, and you'll always choose us over anybody else. Be thankful he's merciful enough to allow you to be grafted in. All right? So saying that you got a problem with serving us is saying you got a problem that the Most High even allowed you to be in a position where you can. Because honestly, with some of y'all's history, the Most High is merciful to allow you to even come into this. You better be thankful he's letting you in at all with what y'all people have done to us for so long. That just goes to show the goodness of Yahuwah, our Father, that's willing to forgive you for what your people have done if you come in repentance and a humble heart and accept his people. He's willing to let you in. But you can't, put your sour cream supremacy in his face and think that he's going to just let you in. It doesn't work that way, family. You got to just accept your role. but accept his mercy as well to allow you to be a part of this, because he doesn't have to let you. Remember that. All right, family. So that's the study. I know this has been a long one, family. This has been my longest study ever. 4 hours and 14 minutes. Wow. All esteem to Yahuwah, to everybody that has been here, that has stuck by and just been here engaging with us. You know, thank you for everyone who dropped by but wasn't able to like actually, you know, stay around too long. But just thank you for everybody who did stay. It's beautiful. So all esteem to the Most High Yahuwah. I love you guys so much. If anybody has any questions before I get off here, I'm happy to let you guys on. Tomorrow, I will be doing another call-in show. So if you guys have questions, you have videos you want to send me or anything like that. Matter of fact, here, let me do this, family. I'm going to give you guys my email. Now, please don't be passing this thing around because I don't want no spam in my folder. All right. But if you have videos you want to send me, things you want to discuss tomorrow, send it to my email. And we will definitely make sure to talk about it tomorrow. So these call-in shows that I'm going to be doing, there's not like a set topic to them. You know, it's going to be open for open discussions. If anybody wants to be able to, you know, jump in and just have a dialogue with me, just chop it up, whatever it might be. You know what I'm saying? You're welcome to come in on that. So that's my email, family. If there's any questions, I'm going to just go through some of these comments and then I'm going to hop off here. Bithia Batya Yassaral says, Shabbat Shalom, Mashbaka, Shabbat Shalom, beloved. Thank you so much for being here. I seen you in the chat. I seen you chopping it up with our people. All esteem to Yahuwah. Thank you for sticking around. Love it. Thuda for the lesson. Thank you so much. All esteem to Yahuwah. Make sure you guys catch the replay because, I mean, it will be available. I know some of you guys might have just now came in, but it will be up. B Smur says it's been an awesome study. Hey, Thuda, thank you so much. All esteem to Yahuwah. I appreciate that. 144K, 100%. Shiloh Yah says, thank you, brother. Hey, you're welcome, Ak. All esteem to Yahuwah. All esteem to the Most High. Let's see. LO, not even stepchildren. They will all be respected servants. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And that's why I don't understand why people would want to mix with these people, because you do realize that unlawful marriage that y'all had, even if they do make it there, y'all are gonna be completely separate. Like, bro, I just don't think logically it just can work. I was scared for Fran Hampton while growing up in Chicago. I could understand why, because I mean the counterintelligence program was totally bent on, you know, deleting him and stopping what he was doing. That just shows the power of the black man. You know what I'm saying? When he rises up to do the right thing. And I'm not, you know, like me, like, okay, so let me say this, family. Like with Yexer, I think the difference between me and a lot of other folk like Fred Hampton, like Malcolm X, is they told a lot of truth and they had a lot of understanding about things, but they didn't really know the Most High like I do. They have understanding of certain things like his name. The Bible says in Yahuwah is a strong tower and we are safe. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. I've been threatened by the Ish people. I've been threatened by Freemasons. I've had my life threatened by the police and all types of Edomites and everybody from this system because they say what I'm saying is dangerous. Like, I literally was just able to get back on Facebook. They made a false claim on my account saying that I was posting images of inappropriate things with children, which is not true, bro. Why would I do that? Why? So now y'all are making false claims because they're trying to get my account deleted because of the reach that I'm amassing to people that might be searching for the truth, or maybe people who weren't searching for the truth, but they stumbled up on the truth. The Most High has been using me as a way to reach people who know the truth and who don't know the truth. And I'm thankful for that. And I don't take that lightly. And that's why these studies be so long. That's why I have all these scriptures I pull out. I have all this evidence I show you guys, because I don't let pride fill up my heart. I'm very, very, I'm going to be held responsible if I'm leading anybody astray. You feel what I'm saying? And I fear the Most High. I fear him so much. I don't want to be on the receiving end of his wrath. So I have to do this the way he wants me to do it and be in accordance to his will. But yeah, they made those false claims on me, and basically they hit me with that. Then they hit me with another one and another one and another one and another one. And then finally Facebook said, you may lose your account. So what they're trying to do is make these false claims on me. Because I posted a video of this white woman talking about we're the true biblical Israelites. Obviously, that done pissed off the sour cream people. You feel what I'm saying? And so I knew it started with that. You know what I'm saying? And then ever since then, I've been doing more videos about biblical truth, talking about how it's the Negroes. And so it's just been more and more things that I've been bringing out that they just don't like. And so they've been fighting against it. Ever since I dropped that Esau documentary, fam, the spiritual warfare has been unrelenting. I kid you not. But Yahuwah, he made it abundantly clear to me what I was going to be up against when I decided to drop it. So I'm not in the least bit surprised about it. But I knew what was coming with it. And this is where we gotta have that amunah to walk in strength of what the Most High has said and what he has, what he has called us to do. We have to be just as unrelenting as this system that aims to suppress the truth. We have to just be unrelenting as these Khazars have been in their lies. We have to be unrelenting as these Neanderthals have told you they're superior to you. You got to be unrelenting when it comes to the truth when the Most High gave it to you and presented it to you. You shouldn't have no mercy on these heathens when it comes to bringing out the truth. So I don't plan on doing none of that. And, come what may, what the Most High wants to be known, what the Most High wants to be revealed will be revealed. It doesn't matter what nobody else says. Tiffany sent me a super sticker. Thuda so much, beloved. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sister Shauna also sent a super sticker. Thank you so much. All esteem to Yahuwah. Thank you guys so much, family. This is my first live stream because I literally just qualified for like super chats and super stickers and stuff like that. I'm not the type of person to ask for them, but if people, feel led to do it by Yahuwah, I thank you guys for that. It's very much appreciated. But family, we will be back tomorrow. Make sure to be here tomorrow. We will be doing a call-in show. I'll probably be doing it a little bit later in the day, maybe like about 2 o'clock my time. I'm on East Coast time. So tomorrow I will be doing a call-in show. Make sure to go to my email, or if you have a comments, go in the comments section and you want to just type links or something, you want to just show me stuff, something you might want to talk about tomorrow, feel free to send me an email or let me know in the comments section, and I'll make sure to get back at you. And one more time, I'm going to type my email in here. Make sure if you're on your phone, screenshot it, whatever you got to do. This is how you can reach me directly. I'm just one person. I don't have like no team or nothing. It's really just me and Yahuwah. Me, Yahuwah, Yahusha. That's the team. You know what I'm saying? So this is my email. I'm going to show it on screen one more time. That's my email, family. Make sure to screenshot. If you have videos, information you got, whatever we might have talked about today, anything that pertains to Yasharal, make sure to send it to me. Torah Living says, how do you say Zion in Paleo Hebrew? Or what? Well, actually, Paleo Hebrew is the same as what we call Abari, okay, which is ancient Hebrew, essentially. So it would be Zion. Okay, so like, hold on. Let me show you. So if you were to spell it or like write it out in English, it would be spelled T-S-Y-U-N, Zion. But I'm going to type it for you in Abari, ancient Abari, so you can see what it looks like. That's why when y'all hear me speak Abari, y'all hear me say certain words differently because I don't use modern Hebrew. And I've explained this before, but modern Hebrew is just garbage, bro. It just is. So this is how you say it. I'm going to just show it to you what it looks like in ancient Abari here. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm just reading this comment here. Okay. All right. So if you want to look at the word Zion, it wouldn't be Zion because Zion is more so like an English word. You know what I'm saying? And you got to understand that a lot of the letters that we have now are very different than what they had back then. But this is what Zion looks like. That's Zion in Abari. You've got the Sod, you've got the Yad, you've got the Ua, and you've got the Noon. That gives you Zion. And let me show you what it looked like right here. Zion. And you also, if you guys are really, like I mentioned this before, but if you're really trying to learn Abari, if you literally just go on your Play Store or your Google Store and you just type in Paleo Hebrew conversion tool or even Paleo Hebrew keyboard, you can literally be able to type these words out. You know what I'm saying? And use them in your messages, your text messages. I use them on social media, Facebook, YouTube, obviously. In my studies, I use them just so you get more familiar with the native tongue, because I'm trying to get, one of my goals, I'm passionate about getting us back to this tongue because I hate English. English sucks. So Bathia says paleo is pronounced differently from person to person. So the thing about it is that you have to understand that the Abari, or the ancient Hebrew that Yasharal was using, was very similar to the Canaanites, right? As well as the Phoenicians. But they had different dialects to how they said things. But, for example, Abari, or ancient Hebrew, was different than what the Babylonians spoke. So much so that Daniel, or Daniel, had to translate what Yahuwah wrote with his own hand in ancient Hebrew on the wall, because Nebuchadnezzar didn't know what it said. You know what I'm saying? So that's obviously a different language. Where we get modern Hebrew is from the Aramaic, which is what they started speaking in Babylonian captivity. So that's another language of the oppressor that was forced on us, which caused a lot of the Yahudim to start calling Yahusha Yeshua and stuff like that, when his name is actually Yahusha. But that's what we've been told is just Yeshua, and it's really not. I really appreciate you, my brother. When I came across you, I noticed that you were saying that true names and their true spellings, and that sparked my interest. Yeah, all esteem to Yahuwah. You know what I'm saying? I've been speaking Abari pretty fluently for like, it ain't even been like 5 months. It really hasn't. You know, I feel like Abari, or I should say Kadum Abari, ancient Abari, is really not that hard. I feel like English is more complicated than Abari is, because the same laws and rules we use in English do not apply to ancient Hebrew. So if you can speak English, you can learn Abari. And that's really what I'm trying to help y'all do. Yes, I recently learned our wicked language is founded in maritime law. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Even just basic things you see even in the Bible. And I'm not talking about like Jesus and God and all that. Even angels, because of the EL in it. You know what I'm saying? Is a pagan word. That's why I don't even sin. I don't even say sin that much. Sometimes I might slip up and say it, but I try to say transgressions or crimes, because even sin is a mighty one's name. Even saying set apart. I don't say set apart because Set is a deity of Egypt. This is what I'm saying. This language is filled with pagan deities, and we're calling on them all the dang time. And that's why I just felt the need to get back to Abari, where I could be absolved of the paganism, be absolved of the pagan terminology, you know? Windwalker says, I cry out daily. Yah hears us. I cry out to him. Yah Shara. Absolutely. And I want to say this too. Let me say this to y'all, family. Don't you ever be afraid, because this needs to be done. And I mean it. This is a serious note. Do not be afraid to cry out to the Most High for judgment on these nations, these heathens, these Edomites. This is what we need to be collectively doing. This is what we collectively need to be doing, is calling for judgment on the heathens. Because when our people were in captivity and they were crying out to the Most High, those cries and those groans ascended up into high heaven. And that's when Yahuwah said, I hear the groaning of my people. And that's when he said, I'm going to slide for them. There is a power when Yasharah is crying out to our Father, calling him by his name, saying, Father, help us. Judge the Edomite. Judge the oppressor. Judge the wicked Goyim, the wicked nations. That is what I'm imploring you to do. Call out for judgment for these nations. That's what I've been doing. But when we collectively do it, it reaches on beyond everlasting hills. And our Father hears us. And he's going to slide. Shabbat Shalom, family. I pray you guys enjoy the rest of what's left of your day of rest. And we'll be back here tomorrow. We'll do another call-in show. Thank you to everybody that showed up. Special shout out to Malkiyah, our moderator. I'm glad to see you. We're here with us, sis. So you're worried. We didn't know where you were. I was like, what's going on? Shouts out to Win Walker. You did a great job moderating today, Ak. I appreciate you stepping in to help us with that. Ryland, my good Aki, thank you so much for showing up. Much love to you. Torah Living said, Daoud did it. Oh, wait. Whoops, my bad. Okay, Daoud did it. Yahweh told us that vengeance is mine. Exactly. Daoud said the exact same thing. Judge the Edomites, judge the heathens. We got to do the same thing. Shout out to you, family. Torah Living. I try to write down everything, even if I have to replay. Okay, so let me just say this real quick before I do leave. All of my teachings, all the scriptures I went through, everything, the notes I use in this will all be available on my blog, okay? I think I posted it. Hold on, family. I thought I posted it on the top of the chat. Maybe I didn't. But if you go back to the replay and you just go to the description box or you go to the pinned comment, the blog that uses all the scriptures I use will be there. It'll be available for you. So, whenever you need to go back and look at it, it'll be there. Kevin says, Yada Yahuwah, Yahusha for life. All esteem to Yahuwah, family. Yes, sir. Yah is just. Absolutely. Shalom, family. Shalom. All right, family. I'm finna get off of here. I love you guys so much. Thank you guys once again for sticking out for almost 5 hours. Bro, I have the most lit Yashua Lee subscriber base I've ever seen. Like, y'all go hard, bro. Thank you for everyone who donated super chats and everything else and just was here with us. All esteem to y'all. So we'll be here. We'll be back tomorrow, family, and we'll do a call-in show. We can all talk, discuss some things. We can do a conference call, and just talk some random stuff. So I love you guys. Enjoy the rest of your Shabbat. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. All esteem to Yahuwah, his blood son, Yahusha. Shabbat Shalom.